Maybe. There's a lot of people walking in and out of that building. that your good side?
Mic check, 1, 2, mic check. Mic check. Can we get the sound turned up? Mic check, 1, 2. I think it's the guys that are sleeping back there, eh? See them?
Yeah.
In the far corner there.
Speak right into it.
Mic check, 1, 2, mic check. All right, let's get some volume. A little bit more volume, please. All right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. How's everybody doing today? All right, yes. I see some more faces here that we didn't see at the opening yesterday. And so, I had to go track them down. And where did I find them? At the casino. Holy smokes, yeah, holy. Well, good morning, everybody. Welcome to day 2 of Think Indigenous International Education Conference. I'm one of your co-MCs here today, along with Kunis Whitney here, and we want to start with just a brief introduction of ourselves. And one of the ways that we find, grounding and reminding ourselves to be authentic and to be truthful and to genuine is to use our language. And so, as a way of doing that, I like to introduce myself with my language. Kunis is also going to be introducing herself right away here too. And so with that, my Dene relatives in the audience, you might understand some of my language. I do come from the Dene people from Arizona, and I moved here about 20 years ago, shacked up in Saskatchewan and Treaty 6 territory. My beautiful wife is from Big River First Nations, and so do I have any in-laws here from Big River First Nations? Okay, I can say anything I want now. When your in-laws are around, you're supposed to smarten up, right? So, but with that brief introduction in my language, Yat ish erosh na she TJ warn yinashia. Look at the Twitter chini snow but on Bushchin. Kilichini dashnak ashchi dash check without a net and I used to let such cheat as a kunda at dead nasha. With Anna could Saskatoon up there conquest inkad. By Hansen non hit Alshin Con Think Indigenous International Education Conference with Yelgi Konshas at MC by Schle by Hansen non con a non. So in my language, I identified who I am as an individual, recognizing the clanships that originate. My people, we practice a clanship society, and this is what governs our society. And so I have 4 clanships that I identified. And so what that does is, anytime that I make an announcement like that, I'm representing my people. It reminds me to be as a good ancestor and relative standing up here. But it also calls on them to come and stand with me. And so those 4 clanships kind of remind me of this 5-fingered human experience that I'm having here, and being able to have that strength of my ancestors and relatives to be here with me. And so an introduction like that, even just an introduction that we learn, helps us and grounds us and does that for us. And so I'm going to turn it over to my co-MC. She's going to introduce herself also.
Dan se gakia get dum scat noa, Kunis Whitney net se gasa mixu watik utinia. Good morning, everybody. My name is Kunis Whitney. I'm from the Red Pheasant Cree Nation. I'm so excited to be here today to listen to all the speakers and be around so many people who are just, passionate about Indigenous education. I was brought up in a cultural family, so I was always taught to introduce myself in my language as well, because first and foremost, I am a Cree person, so it's really important to always carry that with me and introduce myself as such.
All right. So, we talk about the importance of language and our cultural identity. At the United Nations, they outline 3 things that make us a unique, distinct culture, and that's language, that's cultural practice, and land. If we ever lose any of one of those things, then we cannot identify as a unique, distinct group of people anymore. And so that's important to remind ourselves. And so think about yourself. Think about your connection to and your relationship to land. What are your cultural practices? And what does your language look like? And what is the state of it today? Language is a big part of our society because that's where we learn about who we are. And so as an advocate for language, I try to encourage people to learn their language. Many of us, we learn languages from around our communities. We come from a very diverse community too sometimes. And just learning an introduction or a greeting in other people's languages shows them a lot of respect, and you're showing them, kind of acknowledging their spirits too in that way. And so I myself, moving into Treaty 6 territory, I got to pick up a little bit of the Cree language too. And I wanted to learn the language for my children. I have two beautiful daughters. One is 18 and one is 13. And so for their, their growth, and I wanted them to be surrounded in their culture and their languages and their nations. And so I learned a brief introduction in the Cree language too. And so when I was on that language journey, learning the Cree language, in reality, I just really wanted to know what my in-laws were saying about me. And so so here's a brief introduction in the Cree language, which I got to learn too. So, Danse Katamskak na Wagakyo, TJ Warren is the Gasian, Red Mesa Iuchian, Umsas Katumanak e Niwikian, Nia Dene Napio. All right, and so that's how I'd introduce myself to my Cree relatives and my in-laws in the territory. All right, so it's wonderful to see all of our passionate educators here in the audience. We see a lot of students. We see community members from around the territories. We're all gathered here once again to celebrate and to honor the legacy that our ancestors had fought for. So yesterday we began our journey by learning and reflecting. And today we're going to continue by deepening our understanding of our Indigenous ways and our knowledge and our cultures. And so we're very thankful to be here with you all again.
So yesterday it was such a great opening with all the invited speakers that we're so lucky to learn from. You can feel that passion in their voice when they speak. You can feel the love for what they do and the love for the people they do it for. Those words are all coming from a good place, so I'd like to acknowledge everybody who spoke yesterday and the singers and dancers who shared that good medicine with us as well. We have a few housekeeping items that I just want to throw out there before we get our day started. So the most updated information that you can find for room changes, locations where everything is, info on breakout sessions is on this app called Event Mobi. I don't know if I could show it on the camera. It's on the App Store, M-O-B-I, Mobi, and then you put in the code Think Indigenous 2025, and then all the info will be there, the agenda, everything. There's a few room changes for those breakout sessions, so if you want that most updated information, check out the app. Also, there are volunteers in blue shirts, so if you kind of need help finding out where you gotta go, you can ask one of them. I had a few people come and ask about vendors. It's through that exit door on the left all the way at the back. Also, the breakout rooms, there are some down here, some one floor up, and some on the 6th floor. There's also an elevator if you need assistance getting up to that floor. Is there anything else we need to throw in? Oh yeah, once again, for the Grass Dance Championships, tickets will go on sale later today. Once again, if you have a pass, this is kind of your all-access pass, so you can get in. You can get a ticket with this. If not, it will be $15 for anyone who isn't registered for the conference.
Yeah. And everybody's been complimenting on our jackets, and so, everybody has been trying to tobacco us to get these jackets from us after we're done wearing them.
For real.
But they will be on sale after lunch, after a lot of our supports and our presenters receive their jackets too, and so some of them will go on sale, but there is a limited supplies too. And so if you have any issues with that, Chief Evan Tapetat sitting right there. He'll meet you in the parking lot a little later. Just kidding. But yeah, they'll be available for a little bit later. And we also have our merch table upstairs too, right? With a lot of shirts. And so again, we're kind of running out of sizes, and we made the announcement yesterday that, they're going pretty fast, and so check it out, all right? Well, as we gather here today again on the land of our relatives, we began and we led with ceremony today. And what ceremony reminded us was that this space is more than just a venue. It's a place where we, with our deep history and our ancestral knowledge and the resilience just kind of permeating here in this space. And so we stand together, not just as Indigenous educators, but as relatives with our allies who have joined us here today, and our co-learners in this journey of thinking, speaking, and living Indigenous, all right? This conference is an opportunity to challenge the systems that have long sought to erase our Indigenous culture, our languages, and our ways of knowing. And it is a chance to honor the wisdom that has been passed down through generations, to listen and to learn from all those who have always known the importance of this connection to the land, to each other, and to the world around us. And so without any further ado, we want to introduce our keynote speaker for today. And so just a little background before he comes up to our stage and before Kunis kind of gives him an introduction too. You know, the Maori efforts of the Ataora offer valuable lessons for decolonization and cultural revitalizations and community resilience. The Maori language, as we know today, has been significantly suppressed during colonization, yet the Maori, they continue to lead a powerful movement to reclaim and revitalize that. So this experience shows us the importance of language as a foundation to our cultural identity and community healing. The Maori, again, practice a community-centered living. This community approach ensures that individual well-being is deeply interconnected with collective responsibility and support, and reaffirms the importance of decision-making and knowledge sharing as sustainability. The Maori have worked to restore and maintain traditional Indigenous knowledge systems, and this illustrates how cultural identity can be preserved and celebrated while engaging with modern society. So again, through storytelling and art and ceremony, this process of knowledge transfer ensures that cultural wisdom is continually updated and passed on, reinforcing the resilience of their communities over time. So the Maori worldview places people in a deeply connected relationship with the natural world and other beings and the spiritual realm. So let the Maori invite us to rethink how we approach the world and our place in it.
So our next speaker is from Otaroa. His community is Orake. I'm very excited to introduce because I believe that it is not only through the words we speak that we are able to share story and share our knowledge. So our next speaker, our next keynote, is Graham Tipene. He's a Tamoko artist who, through his work, advocates for Indigenous knowledge. With his skill as an artist, he has become a respected voice and a sought-after speaker, consultant, and mentor who has worked with organizations worldwide. We're so lucky with him to travel to be with us here. Graham will share his perspective on the role of Indigenous knowledge in driving innovation, how Indigenous culture can shape educational practices, offering invaluable insights into how the future of education can thrive by embracing worldviews. So without further ado, can you help me in joining Graham to the stage?
Tiki nā tūrā te pūtake o ngā kōreru te wānanga. Tiki nā tūrā ko ngā manaakitanga o ngā mātua tupuna ki runga kia tātou. Whariki hea mai o koutou manaakitanga ki runga ki tēnei huhuinga kia koutou matapurenga mai angi te matapu iho kia whakamaua kia tīna haumi e hui e taiki. Ko taku mihi tuatahi, ka rere tonu ko ngā whakawhetai ki ngā mātua tupuna me ngā atua. Nō rātou, ko ngā manaakitanga e whariki hia nei ki runga kia tātou. Ko koutou atua, ko tō mātou atua e mihi nei, ko mātou tēnei e mihi nei, e mihi nei. Ka huri taku reo ki ngā tinimate o te wā, koutou ko wheturangitia, haere, haere, haere atura. Ka tika, ko koutou tinimate, ko ngā mate o mātou o te kāinga e tangitahi ana tātou i tēnei wā, haere, haere, haere atura. Ka huri taku reo kia tātou e hui nei. Ka tika rā, mihi mai, karanga mai, karanga mai. Karanga mai ki tēnei nanakia o te kāinga, ko tau mai nei ki tō whenua. Koutou rā, ko te ahi kā o tēnei whenua, tiriti tua whā o tēnei rohe, tēnei au e mihi ana. Me te māngai, tēnei o ngā rangatira, Chief Evan, tēnā koe i o manakitanga, ki runga kia hau i taku noho mai ki tō koutou whenua. E te iwi, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. I also speak English. Before I get started, please turn your phones off. If your phone rings, there's a $50 fine, or you have to sing a song. I'll take the fines in cash, thank you. But also, before I get started, you're just like us. We like to start late too. How we're going to do this is like a Christopher Nolan movie. We're going to be jumping around, but at the end it'll make sense. This is a photo. This is what happens when you try to pick a fight with Māori. That young man with the glasses on, that cool kid there, that is my 10-year-old son. He's walking the Harbour Bridge in the Land March, in a protest march that took place in November. The flags you see flying there, those are our flags of sovereignty. With a face like mine, I don't need a flag. The story of tā moko, traditional Māori tattooing, begins with domestic violence. Here's that story, a brief version of that story. A man by the name of Mataora was married to a tūrehu, an underworld woman named Niwareka. Mataora violently lashed out at Niwareka, so she returned to her people in the underworld. After a short time, Mataora became lonely and went in search of Niwareka. Once he found her, he tried to lure her home with promises of being a better husband. She refused his offer and wanted to stay with her people in the underworld. While he was there, Mataora saw the face of Niwareka's father. His name was Uetonga. His face was adorned with the markings that were etched into his skin. Mataora asked Uetonga, "Hey, can I take on these markings?" Uetonga said, "Yep, of course you can," and adorned Mataora's face with the markings. They were painted on with a mix of saliva and ash soot. Mataora's confidence grew, and when he returned to Te Ao Tupua, the normal world, he had become very obnoxious and started to show off his new face to everyone in the normal world. That was until the first rains came, and the markings on Mataora's face started to run from his face and down his body. The people in the normal world started to ridicule him. Mataora returned to Rarohenga feeling belittled and ashamed. His mental health had been shaken. Upon his return to Rarohenga, Mataora questioned his wife's father as to why he used saliva and ash soot when everybody else's markings were permanently etched. Uetonga explained to Mataora, "These markings are not for adornment purposes. They are a way of life and come with responsibilities." Mataora felt so ashamed he refused to return to the normal world and opted to instead stay in the underworld. Niwareka and her father allowed Mataora to live among them because they knew if he had gone, the lesson would be totally missed. Over time, Mataora started to learn new skills from the underworld people. He became a ringaraupa, which in Māoridom means a man with calloused hands, which is also the type of man we tell our daughters to get. Mataora found ways to manage his emotions differently. Niwareka recognized the change in Mataora and was again attracted to him. Eventually, she fell in love with Mataora and promised her heart to him on the stipulation he was to never mistreat Niwareka ever again. Niwareka's father, Uetonga, had also seen the changes in this man. He had become a level head, a hard worker, a gentle man to his wife, and a better father. Uetonga decided to gift the adornment of tāmoko to Mataora. This time the tāmoko was etched into Mataora's face to never be removed. Mataora and Niwareka returned to the normal world, and that is the brief story of how these markings came to this world. Mata meaning face, ora meaning to live. Mataora did the work and got the treats. Ko maunga kia te maunga, ko māhuhu ki te rangi te waka, ko wai te mata te moana, ko tumutumu whenua te whare tupuna, ko Ngāti Whātua te iwi. My mountain is maunga kia. My canoe is māhuhu ki te rangi. My ocean is te wai te mata. My house is tumutumu whenua. My people is Ngāti Whātua. My name is Graham Tipene. When living in Calgary 20 years ago and working with communities there, I was gifted a drum, an eagle feather, and a name, Mabutabe, which I'm told means across the ocean man. I am a tāmoko, traditional Māori tattoo practitioner in my homelands of Orake, in Tāmaki Makaurau, Auckland, Aotearoa, New Zealand. What you are about to hear are stories. Stories of life, stories of love, stories of pain. You won't hear thesis summaries or academic musings, just stories from someone who loves his craft and his people. I am about to approach this from a Māori design perspective and how we understand everything to be connected. Not one aspect of what I am about to say is more important than the other. They have equal sway in terms of a well-balanced Māori mindset. The one thing that overarches everything, ko taku reo rangatira, my language. I warn you now, there is a naked photo of a man from the back in my slide set. There's cold water. I am a product of whāngai, Māori adoption. My birth mother and my mother who raised me were best friends and first cousins. They have now both passed on. Thanks, I don't need the cold water, you might. Thank you. An agreement was made between them to make sure I was raised by this woman here. This was to be the beginning of a life filled with questions. Why was I not good enough to keep? Why did she keep the other kids and not me? Were my adopted parents not good enough to have children of their own, so I wasn't lonely? Who is my birth father? Who is my birth father? Why has he never shown up? You know, stuff kids shouldn't have to think about. I was raised different to my brothers and sisters and didn't quite understand it all until I became a father myself. I refer to this woman as my mother and this man as my father. This is mum and dad. There is no way they will ever be anything else to me. I have always known I was adopted. Oh, it was never hidden from me. I'm just going to blow my nose. Because although she's passed away, I'm still scared of her. One of my first memories of Māori design was when I drew facial tāmoko, mataora, at the age of 9 years old. She was the caretaker of the school, and she'd give me the keys to the junior block, and she'd say, open that. She gave me 20 minutes to do it. I did it in 3 so that I could draw. Make some noise if you recognise this scene. In 1994, a major blockbuster movie focused on a Māori family was released. Its name was Once Were Warriors. It was here my journey into tāmoko started to take shape. My beautiful people were on screen with facial markings. The downside, it also showed the negative side to this family dynamic. Violence, alcohol abuse, sexual abuse. That is pre-mataora thinking. An important line in the movie comes near the end of the movie before the final climax, right about here. The younger brother was admiring his older brother's mataora. An exchange happens. Oh, looks good on you, bro. And then the older brother turns to the younger brother and says, you want one, bro? The younger brother says, no thanks. I wear mine on the inside. No thanks. I wear mine on the inside. 30 years later, the gravity of that line has stayed with me. It means, like mataora, I am not ready for the responsibility that comes with these markings. The film was released in my final years of high school, and my aim was to study Māori design, where we did the 6 elements of Māori design. Ko whaiwhai in the ceiling of that building there, tāniko on the cloak of that man in the centre, and whakairo, the carvings behind me. Get your water. Tuku tuku. We started late, team. Come on, come down. Tuku tuku, which is the photo where I'm lying down, the step panel there, that's tuku tuku. Tāmoko, which is self-explanatory, and rāranga, which is the cloak with the red background. That cloak is in a museum in Munich. I was in Munich before I came here. I went to look for that cloak. The one thing uniting all 6 is the language. After study, I worked in fields that were not connected to Māori design thinking at all, or so I thought. One of my first positions was with the Ministry of Education, where I worked with non-Māori psychologists who were there to assess behaviour needs of Māori students who didn't conform. We've all got those kids, and we call them the beautiful ones. You know, the naughty kids. After this, I moved into Māori mental health, and like the Ministry of Education, I worked with non-Māori psychologists to assess the mental health needs of Māori children. You don't have to be Einstein to realise this method of assessment in both areas was not going to achieve anything great from a Māori perspective for these children. To me, the lack of identity and the understanding these children have of their own identity played a big role in why these children were being referred in the first place. So instead of medication or Western therapy, I started to link families with tribal connections and language. In Aotearoa, we have a whole generation called the Kohangareo generation, the language nest generation. Started in the 80s. Our current movers and shakers at home are students born into this generation. Their understanding of themselves is rock solid and unshakable. This girl here went worldwide because she ripped that bill up in Parliament and did a haka in the House. They are that video went viral, 700 million views worldwide. They are, everybody that did haka in Parliament that day are now being wrapped over the knuckles by the government right now. It's big news back home. What they're saying is it's not performative, it's transformative. This is the place we are meant to haka. This is Hana Rafiti. I know her father well, and my kids hung out with her at school. This is my stepson. I am a father to 3 and a dad to 4. Make sense? My poor mate Dalton here turned 20 last year. I says to him, get in the car, we're going for a drive. He goes, oh, we're going to go pick something up. I said, get in the car, we're going for a drive. I took him to a high-end restaurant, you might know it, KFC. Top of the line, man, top of the line. And we had words. I told him, I need to know your plan from now until the day you die. I want as much detail as you can give me. And he went for it. Okay, so I want to do this, I want to do that, I want to do this, and I want to get married, and I want to move out. And after an hour almost, I says, thank you. That wasn't for me, that was for you. I wanted you to hear yourself say that. The conversation we had was realness and love. He's a beautiful boy, teaching me how to tie a tie, because I still don't know. Many of my clients who step into my studio go through a filter process. Sometimes it's their own epiphany moments, and sometimes they work with their own families to find clarity on the path to receive the markings. The process is important because we do not want to permanently etch a face that should be wearing saliva and ash soot. In a podcast discussion a few weeks ago, I explained that there are cases of people who have the markings but do not live the markings. On the flip side, there are others who live the markings but do not have the markings yet. A mentally unwell and unready recipient is a liability to the markings and everything that comes with the responsibility of these markings. Education of the self is one of the pillars we must strengthen prior to receiving identity. We must do all we can to support recipients towards a mataora mindset prior to them receiving. In Aotearoa, we have a ceremony called moko papa of the earth. Although it is a fairly new process for Māori, it has been normalised, and now it is common to have anything from 1 recipient all the way up to 35 recipients to receive facial markings over 1 weekend. In the last 4 weeks since I've been away from home, 5 of my people have been done. And I've been seeing it on social media and just loving it. Attendee numbers at these events can range from the recipient and 1 other, all the way up to 300 people coming to show love to the recipient. It is a massive undertaking. It's massive because you have to feed everybody. You have to make sure the house is free. You have to make sure your artist is free. You have to make sure you have enough gifts for your artist. It's a massive undertaking. The lady on the table is my auntie. She's 9 years younger than me. I was on holiday at a beach when she rang me and says, can you come and do my face? Says, you're the only one that'll get me off a beach. So I went home and we did her face, we did her chin at home. The house was full, 300 people. I underestimated the pull of the women that were in the room receiving their markings. What you see here is me whispering into her ear. I'm praying to her. I'm also saying to her, welcome. Welcome to this side of the needle. This side of life is totally different from when you didn't have the markings. Your first excursion out of your house to a supermarket is going to be different. The first time you fill up petrol in your car is going to be different. The first work meeting you have from now will be different, purely because your face is different and the world will look at you different. The girl in the white dress, that's my daughter. She's talking to the girl holding the phone. They are both reading a prayer my son wrote for when we receive our facial markings. The important thing here is that a son or a daughter of the recipient says that prayer. So the first voice they hear when they come off their table is their own child. This is the day I got done. We won't show my face because it was full of tears. Last year, I was leading a group of practitioners into Mokopapa. I realized that some of the recipients had not done the hard yards. They hadn't done the hard yards when it comes to understanding the responsibility of taking on these markings. This is where the realness and love conversations come to play. I stood to address the room of 30 recipients, their families, the night before we started work. 200 people filled the house. And I said, I've heard some people say things like, when I get this, I'm going to quit drinking alcohol. When I get this, I'm going to quit smoking. When I get this, I'm going to learn my language. When I. I then said, listen closely when I say, if you have not done those things yet, mataora and kauai will not make you do any of those things. This is the work you need to do in the lead up to receiving these markings. Tell me what you've done, not what you're going to do. Show me, don't tell me. That's a big line back home. When people start talking, we're like, show me, don't tell me. Show me. Quitting or doing these things is also not a prerequisite for taking on the markings. Living a life that doesn't inhibit growth of others to thrive, that is a prerequisite. There is a common misconception that you have to have a level of language before you take on these markings. It is exactly that, a misconception. If we step back and think about it, we can ascertain that in the days of old, our people only spoke Māori. Therefore, the learning of the language was not an issue. Today, this is different, and we speak English and must learn Māori. There's a house, so I live in a village, a res. There's a couple of houses up my lane. You are not allowed to speak English in the house. You can only step into the house if you are committed to speaking Māori. My son runs up to their house and tries to get their kids to come to our house. Yes, these markings are your birthright, but you must approach it with a sense of responsibility and guardianship. Guardianship to the markings, but everything that comes with it, including the language. I've heard people say, oh, I don't need to do the language because it's my birthright. So, well, there's a responsibility to the markings. Our language is part of that. So if you're ready to receive the markings, then you must be ready to learn the language and the customs that makes up who we are as Māori, not just the aesthetics of it. The language plays a major role in Māori mental health and Māori education. And the upper echelons of our language speakers have an aura about them that make others nervous. New language speakers are the most courageous people I know. They go through the darkest of times when starting out. Their confidence is shaken. Their inner well-being takes a massive beating. This is colonization working at its finest. I know firsthand what it is like. My partner, she did 1 year full immersion where they only spoke Māori. It was the first time she went into an environment like that. She came home crying, tears, doubt. And I said to her, I didn't say it was going to be easy. I told you it was going to be worth it. Carry on. So she finished that year. Really proud of her. This year, my daughter is doing the same class. This is the day I did my 2 cousins at my house in my studio. They received the markings. When I say there are some people you don't need to check on for these markings, these are the 2. They represent their people so well. So hopefully this video works. Time lapse. So that's cousin 1. And this is cousin 2. The reason I put this slide up, the day I did this, I was at a funeral in the South Island at a cousin. At that funeral, it was myself and my cousin who were related. Everybody else was a friend. I left that funeral feeling moke, lonely, feeling sad that my cousin didn't have more family attending. I get home to this. My studio is full of family. My lounge is full of family, my kitchen is full of family, my driveway is full of family, my veranda is full of family. Total opposite. This is what living and breathing our culture looks like back home. Aesthetically speaking, moko in Aotearoa is beautiful, and I can see why some of my people are doing it for the beauty as opposed for the responsibility. This is where deep, hard conversations need to happen. We need to mentally prepare our people for a life of wearing the markings as opposed to the moment. The first encounter. I'm a father, man, my ears are sharp. The first encounters at the supermarket, or in my case, the airport and the podiatrist. Right, story time. The day after I received my markings, I needed to see a podiatrist for a minute piece of steel that was lodged deep in my foot. The neighbourhood where the podiatrist is doesn't have many brown people. I got lost in a hallway and heard a door open behind me. This was my first encounter outside of my village. The lovely white lady, her eyes said everything before her mouth did. I asked her for directions and she pointed me to the surgery I was looking for. Upon entry to the reception, I heard an audible gasp. And silly me looked around like, oh, far out, what are they? And then I saw my reflection in the mirror, and I realized, it's me. My mind and my body went into shock. I sat down and I picked a newspaper up and I held it high to hide my face. Just then, that lady who was on the screen just earlier, my mother, she came to visit me from the other side. And she said, put the bloody paper down. This is not a pair of shoes. This is not a new jacket. This is a forever decision. Put the paper down. Tears started to stream down my face as my shaky hands folded the paper. Placed it on the coffee table in front of me. In minutes, the podiatrist came for me and looked shocked. He showed me to the room and set me on the clinic table. He started to work on my foot, and when he found the problem, he said, "This is going to hurt." As he looked up at my face, he realized he's talking to someone who's just had a needle stab his face 1,000,000 times. And he said, "Oh, no, you'll be all right." Just then, his student looked at me and said, "How sore was that?" At that moment, I realized my job with these markings is to inform and educate. Inform and educate. Because we are not the people they expect to see on the news. We are not the people from the 70s and 80s they expect to see in courtrooms. We are not those people. We are a new generation of Māori. We stand and walk with excellence. My job is to inform and educate so that their perception of us changes. And I've heard people say, that's not our job. If people want to know who we are, read a book. I'm like, we are the book. So if you see us walking around, come and talk to us. In 2017, we lost a niece to suicide. In 2022, we lost her brother the same way. In 2023, the eldest boy of that family asked me for markings. My response was no. Who am I to mark a child whose parents had not done the hard work to ensure this child was emotionally safe enough to take on these markings? At the brother's funeral, I heard someone say, "It's okay, we know how to do tangi." Tangi are Māori funeral ceremonies. They last anything from 3 to 5 days. Everybody comes to the house, pays their respects, we eat, we share stories, we just sit in the space. So the uncle said, "It's okay, we know how to do tangi." I was gobsmacked. Knowing how to run a funeral is not the flex he thought it was. Having hard conversations rooted in deep love, that's gangster. That's healthy. That is the real flex. This year I have had a request for kauai, chin markings for women, from a woman living in Australia. Also, New Zealand, not Australia. So if you see me, don't say, "Hey, you're the Australian." No. So thank you to the lady who said, "Oh, you must be our Australian." Oh, no. From a woman living in Australia. My response, no. Who am I to mark the skin of a person who takes all the good from living on another Indigenous land without understanding that people's struggle for sovereignty, nor our own struggle for sovereignty? Come home and understand you from here, as opposed to an understanding from a place of colonial violence that she is now a beneficiary of. To take on these markings is to relieve yourself of everything that can pull you down. Your whare tapawha is a Māori model of health. Your mind, your body, your spirit, and your family have to be strong. If one needs work, you do the work. It's as simple as that. This requires accountability and hard conversations. Accountability and hard conversations. The harder the conversation, the sooner you have to have it. So I'm an artist back home and I do artworks for the city. This design is called Taitimu. It is in the building my people own. We paid $60 million. Our office space is on the first level. Everybody else has to rent from us. Māori design thinking and processes are used extensively across Aotearoa, New Zealand, in Tāmaki Makaurau, Auckland, where I've travelled from. We use Māori design to retell historic stories of my people. The work is more than the beautification of our city. For me, this work is identity building for a generation of Ngāti Whātua, my tribe, for a generation of Ngāti Whātua that we are yet to meet. When I was a child, there was hardly a mention of Māori design anywhere. To see anything Māori, you had to visit the Auckland Museum or at our village in our ancestral home. Auckland, in effect, could have been any city, anywhere in the world. My mission is to change that. The pink line is the original foreshore of my city. The blue line is the current foreshore of my city. As the tide comes in and out, that blue light brightens and dims. The job is to reconnect our people back to their environment in a subtle way. Oh, that's my grandson. Yeah, you can say ooh one more time. Ready? 1, 2, 3. In the early days of Māori art in our city, the government would choose any Māori from anywhere to do a piece for the city. Over time, this has changed, and the majority of our works are done by artists who have a genealogical connection to that land. In 2013, I was asked to help with a piece of work that was to go under a bridge in Auckland. This bridge was known as a hotspot for drug use, prostitution, and alcohol abuse. We visited the site, and a few rawa kore, kainga kore, homeless and destitute, were living under the bridge at the time. I asked council worker what was to happen to these people. Their response, Oh, they'll get moved on. I sent an email that night declining the offer to work on that project because I was not prepared to be the reason these people had to move from that shelter. Fast forward 9 months and I was contacted by the Auckland City Mission, our homeless shelter. The homeless shelter in Auckland City my name was referred to the homeless shelter by the same team who asked me to work on this artistic project here. And if I took the homeless shelter job, this job was still on offer. It was a win-win situation. This is the homeless shelter we worked on, Māori design thinking all the way through it. The design work in the Auckland City Mission needed a Māori design perspective to help shift the thinking from being just a project with nice Māori design to a living, breathing life force of a village. The question was posed, how do people who don't need services realign? The answer, holidays. So each floor of the City Mission has a holiday destination theme that connects the service user to an environment of healing through design. We visited the Anishinaabe Health Centre in Toronto 2 weeks ago. Same thinking. During this time, I was asked to advise on an artwork by stone artist Joe Sheehan, which was to go in the city street next to the homeless shelter. The themes we chose for this were about reconnection of people to place and thinking of the homeless shelter as a pātu wata wata or fortified village for safety. I advised Joe, in the green shirt there, to source stone from multiple quarries from the very top to the very bottom of our country. This was so any clients in the shelter could identify with their tribal lands through this artwork. A man from Taranaki area can say this stone is from my land, therefore I am seen here. The road and paving design had shell laid into the concrete, a nod to the practice of using shell as an alarm. We would lay shell out in front of our villages. If you heard the crunching, you were being attacked. Safety for those who most need it. The final piece of the puzzle is something we call a manea stone and a mauri stone. These are rocks placed within the building as a heartbeat for the place. The manea stone is placed and only the prayer man and myself know where that is. The mauri stone is visible for all to see and is used to remind all who live there that this place is a home with love, with mana, with heart. It is with this project we took a deep dive on duality, and I was having a conversation at the back there about this. So many project managers come with a narrative and themes, and a lot of the time the Māori values are embedded within these project narratives. Sometimes using these values sometimes the people who use these values absolutely understand them. The majority do not. Manaakitanga is our word we use to care for one another. Kaitiakitanga is guardianship. I would ask project managers what their understanding of these values are, and they will always give me the warm and fluffy answers. Oh, it means to look after the environment, or oh, it means to care for each other. My response is never warm or fluffy. In my house, the house I grew up in, with those two people you saw earlier, manaakitanga looked like my mum kicking my ass. I will then explain to these people that only through knowing the darkness will we ever know what true light feels like. It's why our voice needs to be heard at every step of a project, whether you're a teacher, whether you're a psychologist, a counsellor. Don't get us in at the last 10% of a project because you want to pretty up your space. This thinking can be transferred to our young ones. Understand the dark and hard parts of life and you'll love the light even more so. Do the hard yards as a young person, drive the flash car as an old person. Don't be afraid of darkness. This is where growth happens. I took on a nephew a few years ago. He came from Australia, had never lived in Aotearoa, had never really taken part in ceremony. And my people, I'm the first call when someone dies. The day my dad died, sorry to laugh at that sentence. The day my dad died, I woke my nephew up. Boy, I need your help. Oh, what are we doing, Uncle? He says, Papa's dead. I need you to help me straighten him out. He's like, Pardon? I says, I need you to help me straighten Papa out. I says, boy, this is what happens. When people die, we send a text. Everybody shows up. I am not going to have him lying like he is. We need to prepare him to be presentable for the people. Now grab his feet and straighten him up. That was the first time my nephew had seen the darkness. And now he gets it. Got to go through that so we can do the pretty stuff. When I started today, I spoke my pepeha. I told you what my mountain was, told you what my canoe was, told you what my ocean, my house, and my people were. A pepeha is an identifier. When we say it, other Māori will know exactly who we are and where we come from. It is within this identity that we find solace and strength. The opposite is someone who is yet to understand who they are themselves. It could be someone like Mataora, overly confident, yet empty inside. It could be a niece filled with grief who chooses to end it. It could be a nephew looking for hope who has nowhere else to turn. Sometimes it looks like a self-appointed apostle who tries to use our customs to further the church's agenda. That's happening right now back in New Zealand. I won't even mention the church or the apostle because they're idiots. And you can quote me on that. Identity plays a major role in positive education and mental health for Māori. We teach it at a very young age and are made to say it when we introduce ourselves. It is one of the very first things we learn when we take on our language, either as a child or as a grandmother learning the language for the first time. I often ask my clients for this before I work on them, as it will guide me to make a decision. This is my last slide. When my wife first came to my community, she realized quickly the power of pepeha, those 5 things. She said to me, where I live is called Orake, but we affectionately call it Boot Hill, because in 1951 the government torched our village and booted us up the hill. So we call it Boot Hill. We have t-shirts, hats, jackets. I'll take orders later. You Boot Hill lot walk different. That's what she said to me. That is a direct result of knowing exactly who we are. But most importantly, who we are not. We are not the negative news of the 70s and 80s. We are not the racist views they have instilled in them. We are confident, we are happy, we like to laugh, we like to find people when their phones go off in conferences. Before I finish, I have this to say. Our Indigenous greatness must be infectious. Our Indigenous excellence must seep into every aspect of our people's existence. Our Indigenous power must be a loud and clear warning to those whose only wish is to see us extinct. Only then can we pull ourselves out of the places they want us to be in and put each other, as amazing Indigenous peoples, into places and mindsets we know we can be. Let us not deal in the business of mediocrity. When we think of our people, a less mediocres is not the job. A great Māori leader, Sir James Henare, once said this: "It is preposterous that any Māori should aspire to become a poor Pākehā, when their true destiny, prescribed by the Creator, is to become a great Māori." Another great leader, known as the Mother of the Nation, Dame Whina Kupa, she passed away in 1995. She said this: "Take care of our children. Take care of what they hear. Take care of what they see. Take care of what they feel. For how the children grow, so will the shape of Aotearoa." Our job as educators, as parents, grandparents, aunties, uncles, Indigenous peoples, is to instill the values that raise strong, critical thinkers that just so happen to be from our communities, born from the wombs of our mothers, born into the work ethic of our forefathers. Because when our grandchildren take up the leadership roles in our homes, in our communities, in our nations, they will have no other option but to think of you. You, the cycle breakers, the knowledge holders, you, the ceremony keepers, you, the language speakers. Our identity as Indigenous peoples of our respective lands, that is our superpower. Before I close, I have one question for the room. This particular question might ruffle feathers. There's no growth in comfort. And man, am I about to be very uncomfortable. From the day I learned about these right up until this day, this particular thing haunts my mind every time I think of my Indigenous cousins on Turtle Island. So much so, the family I brought to Toronto 2 weeks ago had to debrief this question with Indigenous people. My niece could not believe the things she was hearing. We had natives come and sit at the table with us and just explain it. Here's the question. Why are status cards still a thing here? Nō reira, e aku rangatira, e kore ngā mihi e mutu kia tātou. Tātou e noho nei, tātou e hui nei, tātou e kōrero tahi nei. E kore ngā mihi e mutu. Koutou o te whenua, koutou ngā kaiako, ngā mātua, ngā pakeke, tū tonu, tū tonu, tū tonu. Unified we will remain strong. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa.
Amazing, amazing. Before he exits the stage here, we want to make a presentation here and gift him with a beautiful blanket. And let's give him another big round of applause. Thank you. Thank you. All right, amazing, amazing talk. So if you missed the question, it was related to status cards. Right? Yeah, status cards. Well, some of you guys better check yours. It's probably expired. Expired Indians we got here. Well, Maori culture emphasizes the transmission of knowledge and can happen in many different ways from one generation to the next, not just through formal education. So let us be reminded that through reclamation, revitalization, resurgence, and resistance, it is a collective effort rooted in everyday actions that we take. And so it's about reimagining the Indigenous education practices as a tool for empowerment and to lift all peoples, especially those whose voices have been silenced for far too long. So with that, we're ready. We're going to get set. Kunis has some information on where to send you. And so here we go.
Hi, so once again, we have various breakout sessions that'll be going on throughout the day. We have a little bit of a break, but back again at 10:30. There's various rooms all over the venue. Once again, if you don't have the app, I really recommend downloading it. If you need help finding it, you can come talk to me. I can help you download it and get all the information. But yeah, we have a little bit of a break here, so go and take it.
Good?
Yeah. I gotta go get that other blanket out of the way.
Hey, you can see it. So we announce all
Is there, other than the app, is there a list of where?
All right, as everybody's making their way, as you're finding and navigating, remember to use the Event Mobi app. We have all of the different presentations in there. We also have some quick changes, so if you're in the convention hall, they are reorganizing, and so they're making changes really quick. And it's going to be in the boardroom, and so that's the call. So if you're going to Intergenerational Holistic Knowledge and Education with Amanda Fraser, you will be in the boardroom. And so remember, check out the app. Everything will be updated there. We have spaces in the back here, spaces over there, and some on the 6th floor.
conference last year, and they were really having a hard time finding my name on the listing. And then I looked like, where am I? This is kind of crazy. And then, oh, Dr. Culinaro. So U of R gave me my doctor title for my bachelor's, and I say a lot of people pretend to be classes these people. So why don't I claim to be a doctor? Because that's so. Dr. Culinaro, thank you, U of R. I appreciate it. So I like starting off everything with a little bit of humor. So I just wanted to really just take a moment just to express some gratitude and respect for those people and the animals and the beings before us who really planted the seeds and made way for the wild work I'm doing today. So this is a little video that I've seen that I recorded just a couple weeks ago. So this is a buffalo. They are using their heads to dig and shovel the snow away, which is super cool. Did everybody see that? People see in the back? Yeah? Okay. So what was really cool about that is I've been told by people for years is that this is something that they do, that they kind of move their head to move the snow over the way so they get to that nice grass. And that's what I really feel like a lot of my matriarchs and people like that are doing for me, is they've made that way. And I really feel like Buffalo can talk to me, or Bison can talk to me, and I really felt like that's what they were telling me that day, is that these are the matriarchs, those are those people that led the way for you. So I just wanted to take a moment to even just recognize some of those amazing people that did that work. So matriarchs and leaders before you, so I don't know about you guys, but I have like some number of aunties who yell at me and say, hey Colin, you gotta do better, or my board, they yell at me and say, Colin, hey, you gotta do better. And they're not yelling at me because they're mad at me, they're just yelling at me because they just want me to do well. So, I just wanted to recognize some of those people. I'm just got a list here. Dr. Leroy Littlebear, Gary Schmidt, Gary Gott, Louis Riel, Dr. Melissa Arcan, Dr. Tasha Hubbard, Jolie Bigu Cathaway, Lauren McCathaway, Emma Tinsig, Wes Olson, Glenda Abbott, Gabriel Demont, Russell Fayok, Brenda Chaco, Coco Brenda, Wes Olson, Maria Marchand, Dr. Emily Piggott-Tolly, and my wife Courtney, because my goodness, I would not be able to do any of this if my wife didn't tell me, hey, go for it. Because she's a big, scary matriarch in her own right. So a lot of people who meet me like, I'm just here to meet your wife, because my wife's kind of something of a TikTok celebrity. So anyway, I'm going to show, so this is a matriarch I got to hang out with. I was driving through Riding Mountain National Park, and she was blocking the path for me, and I was not able to pass, which is kind of scary, having this big entity kind of stare you down. But thankfully, I kind of know a little bit about buffalo or bison body language, so I was not too freaked out. But again, humor again. This is a video of an auntie, so she was working on time for the first time on her life. Again, try to just have that humor, right, and just really honor those people who came before us, and just make sure these men or women are amazing. So, again, these are some of the people I'm very thankful for. My Courtney here, my amazing board, Barb here, Tasha Hubbard, Dr. Little Bear, my cousin Garrett, my auntie, cousin Charlie Catway, Maria Marchand, Dr. Missy Piggott-Tolly, Bobby Wash, just a bunch of amazing people that really just made the way for me. So who the heck is this weird buffalo guy? So, Kanche, Kakiawa, Nush, Alnar, Shanagashan, Maparati, Pachra, Mina Dejuli, Labret, Mina, Disinfects, Chin, Regina, Mina, Treaty 4, in the weekend, Mitchif Nia, Jishka Dan, Lee Buffalo Culture Collective, Mina, Lee Buffalo. So I attempted at saying a Mitchif, and I usually point to one of my aunties if I said it right, because I say, hello everybody, my name is Colin Arnold, my family ties are Petras and Dejules. I am from Labret and SFX, or St. Francois Xavier, or Grant Town. I live in Regina, I guess, and I live on Treaty 4. I am Mitchif, I work for Buffalo Culture Collective as the executive director / founder, and I also believe that I work for the Buffalo themselves. So this is my family, this is my wife, Courtney, my father-in-law, Coots, my wife, my mother-in-law, Doreen, sorry, my brother-in-law, Joe, me, there's my gorgeous wife, Courtney, there's my sister-in-law, Danielle, my kid Nevaeh, my kid Kingsley, my kid Natalie, and my son Andreas. So that's my family. And so also here is a picture of LeBret, so that's where my family came from, or is from. This is us looking for graves, because I don't know if you guys know midshifts, but we love graveyard hunting and relatives, so that's my wife. So I play a game with kids. I play Who's That Bovine sometimes. So once you guess what it is, call it out. What do you think it's going to be? Buffalo! Good job! It's a buffalo! So, speaking of indigenization, okay, I just messed up my slides. Great job, Paul. So, what's this? No, that's the buffalo. What's this? That's Baje Prairie, so that's the very regional specific word for buffalo for the people in the valley that are Richard. What's this? I heard it, I think. What's the Cree version of buffalo? Exactly, thank you. Okay, what's this one? That's evening, so that's the Blackfoot word for buffalo. And then Tatanka. So what is it? A lot of people get mad at me. I get to hang out with really fancy people in big fancy meetings, and I get told, that's not a buffalo, that's a bison. So the way I feel personally, as somebody who's way too passionate about this great focus of mine, I feel like a great way we can acknowledge the land and the people and the beings that are on there is we use the native language, the animals that are on the land. So when people say it's bison, I'm like, I don't know, man. A lot of people have had names for Indigenous people historically. So why are they trying to say, okay, what's this bison? It's like, you know what, maybe not a lot of Indigenous people really know what they're talking about. Yeah. So I think like using different languages is really, really important. So I've been told by many people that buffalo is everything to us. This is a lot of different parts for buffalo. That we didn't always any part of the buffalo. The buffalo is our food, shelter. We use them for ceremony, and now we learn from them. The buffalo is our relative. Now if you listen closely, they'll even talk to you. I don't totally love this image because I really believe it kind of is Indigenous. It's gross. That's why I was going to want to have this at the beginning. But you're good. Because it shows that a lot of the traditional. So I've seen buffalo and they've taught me a lot of different things. So when I was hanging out in Calgary, I felt like they were teaching me about how they carry knowledge. I was like, thank you, aunties. I really appreciate this. I literally got to go visit these aunties, and I saw my wife that, oh my God, Courtney, I saw these beautiful aunties. They were so gorgeous, and she just stared at me like, these are the aunties I was referring to. And so when I was talking with them, I felt like they were talking about how they carry knowledge. And so I walked away very thankful for the teachings. I gave tobacco, and I walked away. And I remembered, oh my gosh, these aunties are pregnant. And so not only do they carry knowledge of what they do as buffalo, but they're literally carrying their young inside of them, what they're carrying the next generation. Right? So I'm like, man, it's pretty cool that they're just teaching me. And that they do and are literally carry knowledge. So buffalo is our relative, and like I said, you listen closely, they'll even talk to you. So, a little bit of history about my relationship with buffalo. So my family were buffalo hunters from SFX. And so this is a little picture. I like to tease that maybe that's my uncle there. Probably not. And these are tools that I got an opportunity to witness. These are tools from my auntie Barb. So they're from 1850 from St. Francois Xavier, which is really cool. And then these are more of my modern kind of tools that I'm using for buffalo hides every day. So I've had a really great privilege of witnessing buffalo culture firsthand. And so like I said, a lot of people have told me, you listen, you watch, and buffalo will teach you. And you can experience that, which is great. And so this is a brand new baby calf. My new she was born brand new because that mom was eating the afterbirth. So we drove back because we told him, man, this thing's brand new. We kind of freaked out, so we drove back as far as we could. And we saw this big, mean matriarch. You see her there, yeah, how a person possible. And so we were told that from this nation that we don't really see the matriarch, she's kind of doing her own thing, but she is very much the leader of the herd, or the leader of that community, because buffalo are matriarchal. And so until that mom, like that big mean matriarch, smelled that calf, nobody passed her. They literally would not let anyone pass her until she smelled that calf. And what was remarkable was, after she smelled that calf, this happened. This is literally video right afterwards. So you're going to look in the corner here. you'll see some really cool things happen. And I've never seen them do this since. You see them jumping there? So I feel like they're dancing and they're celebrating their young. Again, I hang out with these guys all the time. I have not seen this do this ever since. So I feel like when we meet cousins, when I shake hands with hopefully a few of you and try to shake hands with everybody, that this is how we should be when we meet our kin. We need to be excited. We need to be like, oh my gosh, I'm excited. I'm happy to meet you all. So I literally express that genuine enthusiasm because I'm excited to meet you all today. Also, I've seen buffalo grieve, which has been really heartbreaking. So this is after a buffalo harvest that I witnessed and got to partake in. That bird is literally walking kind of like a funeral procession. Well, that was harvested. Which was really heartbreaking. They were all sitting circling and like spending like time to pay respects to that relative that passed away. But also more happy.
Buffalo, like us, we should be like the buffalo, and then we need to protect our young. So I was teaching at so I got all the teachers to create little big buffalo pictures and have them represent them, and then I had the kids make little representations of little baby buffalo, because buffalo, when they're protecting their young, as you'll see in a few seconds, they encircle those buffalo and they protect their young. They put them in the middle when they're in danger. So this is a clip of that happening.
They circle the herd, trying to unsettle it and split it up. But the bison are armed and dangerous. They will be safe as long as they stick together.
So when I'm teaching kids this, I'm like, why are they going to be safe? Why do you think they're going to be safe now? Because they're working together, Mr. Collin. That's right. If they work together, they're going to be safe.
The wolves up their game, harrying the herd, a ploy to trigger a stampede and split away one of the smaller ones. The bison form a defensive circle around their young, horns pointing outwards. The wolves need a bison to break rank. But the tables are turning, and now the wolves have to retreat.
So, like that. So when we were, this actually presentation, I kind of edited together as educators and as people, as elders, as knowledge keepers, as weird buffalo guys, that we all need to come together and really protect our kids. Like those buffalo. So what does that look like? I think it could look like Wakotowin or Ogotowin, which is a Cree/Michif word, and it translates to being related to each other, but it's even so much more deeper than that. It talks about having a relationship with each other, with our more than human relatives. So that's me when I got to scrape a buffalo hide for the first time. So I've done some work with buffalo, which has been really inspiring. So that's on that buffalo hunt I got to go on. And so I created a not-for-profit. It's called Buffalo Culture Collective. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to allow the buffalo to be the buffalo again. So this is done by receiving buffalo products from non-Indigenous producers and repatriating those buffalo stuff to Indigenous people. About 105 buffalo products to community. They're fleshy, but it's a really cool way to just practice that culture. We're currently working with a museum in Ottawa called Ingenium to create a buffalo toolkit. And also more recently, we started a network, or we're starting to create a network of bison producers or buffalo producers that are Indigenous to try and work together. It was really cool. I had a moment where, at that first meeting last week actually, where there's a guy in northern Manitoba who's struggling with something, and a guy in southern Manitoba was like, oh, I know the answer to that problem, it's this. Oh, really? Well, I have this problem. Okay, well, how do I do this? And the guy in the east was like, oh, well, I know how to do that. That's because of this. So, like, if we work together, it really creates that kinship and really helps us work together again. So, it's kind of a cool project we're working on. It's a little bit about my board. I have actually one of my board members in here, Tanisha, which I'm very, very thankful for. There's Jessica, Cheyenne, We have Danny, Jordan, Maddie. So as you can tell, I'm surrounded by matriarchs. I am constantly getting yelled at. Hey, Colin, do this better. I'm going to get yelled at this presentation at the end. Be like, Colin, you could have done this better. Because I want to be this amazing teacher. Then we got to make sure that we're doing. So one of those ways is through Hyde workshops. I'm very, very new. I don't know as much as my Uncle Gary, who was in the room. I don't know if he's still in here, or a relative Gary, and he's an amazing man. But we are trying to learn how to do work on buffalo hides with community. And so a moment happened where a student came up to me and said, you know what, I've always wanted to do something like this. It was really exciting. I felt joy and thankful, and I felt healing, and it felt good to connect with my culture. I love this picture of this teacher. So this isn't even a student. This is literally a teacher just grinning ear to ear. So excited to work at that buffalo. So it's really cool. Just all this idea of buffalo bringing us together again. So buffalo bring us together. So this is at the buffalo release at the Tosh. This is me signing the Buffalo Treaty as a supporter. And buffalo also heal the planet. So a herd of 170 bison could restore the CO2 equivalent to 43,000 cars. So not only do they heal our relationships, not only do they heal the land, but they can heal the world, which is beautiful. There's that quote again. So there's that article if you want to check it out. So here's some resources I kind of would recommend if you want to start teaching your kids about buffalo. So Honoring the Buffalo is amazing. It's a Cree perspective on buffalo. Métis Camp Circle by Leah Dorian, I think, is an amazing book. Ride, Gabe Ride, which is based on a true story of Gabriel Dumont riding a buffalo through the prairie. Ecological Buffalo by Wes Olson. So those are some resources, but I really feel like at the end of the day, we really need to listen to our kids / our kin. So that is actually what buffalo sound like. Some people, like when I'm doing like a workshop with kids, I'll be like, okay, so we'll do like Old MacDonald had a farm, and then I'm like, and Old MacDonald had a buffalo, and it sounded like, and kids look at me like, what are you talking about, man? So now I can show them this is what buffalo sounds like. So I had a really cool moment when I was working on that hide workshop. This little girl, she literally said, that's disgusting. I don't want to work on a buffalo hide. I don't know how you do this. That's disgusting. You gross, Colin. I don't know why you're making me do this. So I'm like, one girl, I'm not making you do this, but sure, give it a go. And as you can see at the end, she's hugging that hide. So that she built up that relationship as a young midship on International Women's Day, actually, with that buffalo again, which was super cool. What?
And her birthday.
And her birthday.
It was her 8th birthday.
It was super cool. So it was a beautiful thing. So again, so those seeds that were planted and the path that was made, I respectfully ask, do you think education is the new buffalo, or do you think we should let buffalo just be the buffalo again? And so when I was showing that video of the buffalo like using their heads as like shovels, as I was driving back through the park, I don't know if you can tell, but these are kind of younger buffalo. And so they were literally making and eating the grass that those older buffalo were using their heads as shovels for. They were literally eating that grass afterwards. So I really feel like we need to make way for our kids. That's my presentation. Marcy, thank you so much. This was amazing.
Alrighty. Hi, Colin.
Wow, thank you. Appreciate it. Wow, thank you. It's a real sacred guy. So yeah, if you want to talk more buffalo, I'm always down to talk buffalo all the time, every time. So with my not-for-profit Buffalo Culture Collective. So if you want to take a picture of that, feel free. Does anybody have any questions? Yeah.
What more physical science do you do with buffalo?
What science do I use? So I'm not really a scientist by nature myself. I do a lot of work where I'm like advocating for scientists who have done this work. So Wes Olson has done a lot of work with buffalo, with science. I also I know that Kyle Bobbywash, so he's doing some work on science. So I honestly, as a not really a scientist myself, I kind of point towards people that have done that science, and really accentuate those voices, if that makes sense. Any other questions? Yes?
What sparked your interest in buffalo?
So that's a whole presentation in itself. As a midship who didn't know I was Métis growing up, the paths of working with buffalo and seeing buffalo as a relative and that whole journey and being Métis is actually connected really tightly, which is really beautiful. That was what I was going to present on today, but like just after a presentation last night, I'm like, you know what, I got to really kind of just like try and uplift you guys as educators. But yeah, just like for me, just they were always part of my life, I guess. And then what really kind of kickstarted a whole part of it was I was asked through Agriculture Canada as a student to figure out buffalo, and so that was like literally figuring out everything, because as of right now, Ag Canada doesn't have a lot of policies on buffalo, and so I kind of ran with it, and it was a really cool journey working with like a lot of those people I showed at the beginning, like Dr. Leroy Little Bear, on just that amazing science and just like really advocating for buffalo. So, yeah.
Sorry, just.
Do you want to ask that question?
Yeah, this is just an FYI for people that didn't know, but about 35 years ago, I was in a wedding party for my auntie that got married in the Sturgeon Lake area, and at that time, they had brought out buffalo meat to feed some of the people. So the wedding party got to eat, and the elders got to eat this buffalo meat. It was so sacred, and so it was almost like ceremonial to bring up that meat, and it was like you could hear a pin drop. And because at that time none of us ever knew what buffalo meat tasted like, but since then now everybody that I know in my community know what buffalo meat tastes like, and whatever. But at that time I remember when it came out, it was like you can hear a pin drop in our hall. When they brought up the buffalo meat, it was so ceremonial.
Well, for sure. Well, that's the thing, right? Like, that's one thing when I was working with egg, like, I felt like really advocating for that. A lot of people just view this thing as an animal. And now I'm like, you know what? No, we need to recognize that this animal is so much more spiritual than just an animal, right? Like, there's like these things will literally teach you if you will listen, right? And make space for them. So, absolutely. So, thank you. Do you have another question?
No, I was just thinking of Janet Palabowans. Historical context of buffalo, and you know, bring in the resurgence of the herd back, you know, restore it.
So I do have that part of like one of my other part of the presentation. I'm thinking of doing a land acknowledgement, almost like that, where so many people say these like not super great land acknowledgements, if you ask me, but I feel like recognizing just the bones that are underneath us and the history of this place is super important, because it was called, like a lot of people called it Wascana because of those pile of bones. Right? Because this place, I feel like until we recognize that history, I don't think this place is going to really change. So it's super, super important. Thank you for bringing that up.
What is the current policy on hunting buffalo? Do you hunt?
It's complicated. Depends where you are. Depends who you are. Depends on so many different factors, honestly. So like, you can harvest animals on the land, technically, but you're not supposed to share it. But it's like, man, really? I guess the Pemmican Proclamation's still going. Like, that's crazy. So there's lots of different policies around that. It's actually really unnecessarily complicated. So, yeah.
So
yes.
what we're told, where we come from, I come from the Jewish First Nation, and what we're told is that if a buffalo goes out of its, wherever it's pinned up, or the fence or it, it's free game. And then, but you share it with everybody in the community. Yeah.
Cool, thank you. Any other questions? Selfishly, is anybody from Cumberland House here in this visit? No? Okay, I wanted to like meet with them. So if anybody knows who the Cumberland House guys are, please get them to come see me. I have a question for them. Well, not even that. I just like, I was talking to them about, I was supposed to get somebody a hide from Cumberland House, and I lost their phone number. And so I'm like, I have one available right now, but I'd like to get to them.
Actually,
Yeah. So, but real talk, if you people do want a buffalo hide that's fleshy, let me know. Because like I can like, I don't tell people a lot of this. This is my secret for you. I can get up to $250 a week if I wanted to. So, which is disgusting because I'm like that much waste, right? So if people want hides, let me know. I can try and hook you up.
The kids are being slaved out.
That's why I had so many kids. I'm just kidding. Any other questions? Yeah, thank you. I really appreciate you guys coming to listen to me. I really appreciate it. Merci. Thank you for your questions, man. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. I'm sorry I didn't have a lot of straight sciencey answers for you. It's more of like a weird relationship that I have with them.
Well, no, that's just some of the stuff that we work on in our school.
But
Science of Buffalo.
if you want more Buffalo science stuff, so like I'm trying to bring people together on this stuff. So like I'm trying to bring.
It is information bringing.
Okay.
All right.
I'll Google you.
Yeah, Google me. Buffalo Culture Collective. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Do you know someone from Canada Mills? I work with them actually.
Cool.
Yeah. So,
okay. Nice to meet you.
Okay, I'm already going. Good job.
Yeah, thank you.
I'll see you
Appreciate
later.
Thank you so much. You know, thank you. So I don't recommend people to use me and like to help because I know there's people like Gary Gott and like Garrett Schmidt who are way more proficient than I am. I can. I'd love to and I'd be honored to. I'd ask people to reach out to these people first because they're so much more proficient than I am. But if you want to just have somebody or your group come out and learn with you, I would love to. Okay. Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
there's one picture. There's a painting there. Who painted that one there? Oh, that buffalo.
We'll download. You have to download.
Like that one.
That one, yeah. Who painted it?
Yeah.
Who painted that one? I think it. Let's see here.
I don't necessarily know yet, but yeah.
Let's see here. It was painted by Mike Keepness.
Yeah, I recognize it as soon as I see it.
I appreciate that. Oh, do you work for YTC?
No, I work for Keynote.
Keynote, okay, right on.
Yeah.
Well,
I did work for YTC
that's right.
at one time.
Well, thank you so much for coming and hanging out with me.
Yeah. So you got to go to Yorkton or what?
I'm gonna be going to Yorkton for they have a Nature Saskatchewan thingy.
Oh, cool.
And like I'm wanting to involve local community in that event because I want to have because as somebody who's not First Nations, I feel like we need to honor the First Nations people first. And just so I want to bring community out to that event.
Cool.
So,
All right.
Thank you so much, sir. Hi, Kevin. How's it going?
Good. My name's Watson.
Nice to meet you, Watson.
I'm from the States.
Cool.
From Montana.
Wow.
We have a group at my university, Montana State University, called Buffalo Nations.
Okay.
And we are actually a part of that Buffalo Treaty as well.
Oh, are you really?
So,
right on, man.
I thought that was pretty awesome, and I just wanted to say thank you for sharing all your knowledge.
Oh, no problem.
I would like to connect with you more.
Absolutely, I'd be honored to.
You could use that email to reach out to me.
Okay.
And then you have
But I'm
to
also a
put
co-president
email
for this
in.
Indigenous youth organization.
Cool,
in the States.
I'd love to. Can I give you a hug?
Yeah.
I don't know, I just love your energy.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for
Yep.
meeting me and shaking hands with me.
Yeah, and I appreciate it. And, I just actually attended a Buffalo harvest last month in our homelands, and it was beautiful to see because we went out early in the morning, we had a pipe ceremony, and then we went on that buffalo harvest, and that morning it was beautiful. It was kind of cloudy, but then the sun shined through, and then we got the buffalo, and then I saw how they have their procession, and they go there, and one of my uncles that I went with, he said they kissed that one too, they kissed that buffalo that passed away, and then they go walk in a single file line, which is it's sad to see that, but it's also very powerful.
It's super powerful.
How close they are, their relationship, their walk, kinship.
Well, that's the thing, right? And I don't like touching on a lot of that spiritual stuff because they're not my stories to share. But I've seen so many crazy things, and I can only say it's just buffalo. Like I've heard people doing ceremonies, and literally a buffalo, when they do their ceremony, and who do we harvest? What animal do we harvest today? Literally, one animal will remove itself. You don't have to be harvest that moment. It's amazing.
And I truly believe that part too, where you talked about their listening there. You could hear them, you know, when they were talking.
Did you ladies check out the
Absolutely. I just want to say thank you.
Well, thank you. I appreciate you coming down for this.
Yeah.
I'd love to connect later on.
Yeah, for sure. Are you here for the whole thing?
I'm here for the whole thing.
Okay.
Until tomorrow morning I'm leaving.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to say the Saskatchewan Bison Association event, so I'm going to go run up to that really quick.
Okay, I was just going to say I'm speaking tomorrow.
Are you?
I'm one of the red tops.
What time are you speaking at?
It's later in the afternoon.
Oh,
so.
shoot.
Well, I'll catch it.
Yeah.
Okay.
So this is Tanisha. Tanisha's part of my board. Sorry. And so like, yeah, no, absolutely. I wish I was not leaving, but I have to run up there because I gotta like, I don't know, I gotta kind of connect with her. Yeah. It's like nonstop. Like I could do this Monday through Friday if I was able to, but absolutely, I would love to connect with you after this.
Okay.
And so like, yeah, no, so like I was like wanting to come out with a newsletter because like so we're gonna figure that out, and then yeah, I was thinking maybe I'll just post the newsletter on your site. Thanks so much for coming, bro. Oh my god, it's so good to hang out with you, man. This worked out perfectly.
When I see, wait a minute.
That's so cool.
Connected, yeah.
That's how Buffalo work, man. They bring us together.
Exactly.
Okay, well I appreciate you, bro.
I didn't even buy tickets for this. I was given a ticket from FNU.
Nice.
And so it was like, are you going to this thing? I need somebody.
Okay, cool, man. Well, I'll give you a hug, bye. That's cool. We'll chat later, man. I appreciate you, dude. I'm so excited to hang out with you soon. It's gonna be awesome working with you.
Beautiful clips
I'm
like
super
that.
excited to work with a lot of people, but
Has like
honestly, I think I'm most
roses
excited
and like
working with
flowers on it.
you. Okay, look.
Red and black.
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah, these.
I'm really good at not shutting up. Yes. So that's what's very different. Because I drive through the prairie and I just see colonizer cows, right? And these colonizers are taking up our land. It's not right. And it's honestly racism that's doing that. For species. Because like buffalo, there's like ideas that they pass tuberculosis. Or where did those buffalo get tuberculosis in the first place?
Is this open?
Well, it's from cows.
Our own First Nation.
Oh, this is on the 6th floor. That's where there's elevators. Yeah, there's elevators. Yeah, I heard that's a good one.
Well, it's right. No, it drives me crazy too. I would love to see it happen someday. I'd like to see it in my kids' time, but I don't know. Like, there's people talk about buffalo walks, and it's like it's picking up steam. And a lot of people, if you ask me, don't know what to do, especially the people don't really know what to do. And so I think, like, what I'm trying to do with my group with these producers, which Ms. Youngin. So I'm wanting to bring all these producers together, and these people who are stewarding that buffalo. And I'm like, man, if we can literally get us all to come together and we tell the government this is what we're doing, they'll have no, like, in my opinion, they cannot not listen, if that makes sense. They need to listen.
I'm going to the medicine for the 6th floor.
So, but I don't know what that is. Did you take a picture of my thing for the contact? Okay, yeah, I would love to talk to you more about this. I totally agree.
Yeah.
It drives me crazy that they're just pinned up.
A play where it's like, where we're kind of working, I guess, just their creative aspect in it.
Well,
like I know that's gonna be hard no matter what.
I'd love to hang out with you.
But I think having that.
Okay, absolutely. Appreciate you, Auntie. Thank you so much. Appreciate you coming. I appreciate you. I love you. So thank you for
they won't really say much during that phase. But it's more the once we get greenlit, they're gonna have ideas of it. But hopefully we're just doing so well they can't really. Yeah. It is tricky though. Like that's why I want to do film festivals.
Well, thank you for your resilience and for how amazing you are. I appreciate you, and I truly say,
the person
for sure.
Thank you. The person that Amber's recommending.
See you soon. Thank you. See you. Okay. Sorry, guys.
All good. Yeah.
And then she, like, the guy that she recommended is like,
Choreography. So because this was my first time actually doing a presentation on an academic paper, I had to research how to do a presentation on an academic paper. So before we just do a little bit of a Q&A, I just want to say, I look up at the starry night sky and I see my mother. I know she is home. I miss her. I miss my kokum. I miss my aunties. These women were all a Gichitakwe, Indigenous knowledge, warrior woman, and I carry them in my heart every day. They are the matriarchs. We have many matriarchs here, I'm sure, and matriarchs that are becoming into being matriarchs. They are the embodied acts of rematriation of the land and our stories as Indigenous women. Miigwech, hi hi. Do we have enough for somebody to make a comment, or do we have enough time, or we got to go? Am I getting the hook?
On behalf of Think and Dage, we'd like to give you a small token of our appreciation. This is handpicked from Chris Scribe's mother. There's kinnikinnick, there's red willow, there's mint and tobacco. Okay.
Does somebody have time to make a comment, or do we got to go on to the next one?
I think we have to go 10:15 is the next one.
Yeah. Yeah, unfortunately, we don't have enough time, and such is the nature of linear time. So, hi. Thank you so much. Miigwech. Hi, hi.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're transitioning to our next presentations. So if you haven't had a chance yet, take a look at the event Mobi. Room changes are happening often, so make sure you're checking out the app and following along. And again, as we're kind of making our way into these different spaces, let's be respectful and mindful of all of our speakers and holding conversations outside of the spaces if conversation doesn't relate to the presentations. And I know these speakers, they would appreciate the engagement. And so again, if you are way in the back, you know, you're not here for the presentation, you might have to find another place to have your conversations. But again, thank you for listening, and find your Event Mobi app. Check out all of the updated rooms. And if you're looking for a presentation, there are some supporters and some helpers that are around. You could tap on them and look for your room and your spaces. So, all right, transition to your next spaces. We got our next presentation starting in about another 2 or 3 minutes here. All right?
Tanse, Mio Kisapayo. Hello, good day. Welcome, everyone. I would like to introduce Ruby Daniels, Leora Paul, and Katie McLeod Stewart from the Almighty Voice Education Center. They will be presenting Indigenous Youth in Business, Opening Doors to the Future. Thank you.
strong by your grace into chapters of oblivion, into the lover's place. I was stuck in the bottle full of strong.
Tanse, sorry, I have to try again. Welcome, everyone. I would like to introduce Ruby Daniels and Lee Daniels from the Almighty Voice Education Center. They will be presenting on Indigenous youth in business, opening doors to the future. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ruby Daniels, and this is my twin, Andy. Hi. And we are but some of the student members of the Almighty Boys Education Center Business Club. We are all Indigenous high school students from Monero First Nation in central Saskatchewan, Canada.
We are learning about business by being in business. It is simply amazing the doors that have been opened for us in the past couple of years, and the opportunity that continually come our way. We find that we quickly become the center of attention wherever we go, for all the right reasons. And we have had the chance to meet people from all walks of life, including owners, professionals, entrepreneurs, and corporate leaders during our journey of business, and we know that there is more to come.
Our goal today is to share the story of our journey and show you that a group of Indigenous youth can succeed in business. We hope that our story will motivate and inspire you to go back to your communities and share our story with your youth. Maybe we can start a movement of Indigenous youth in business. All it takes is a community member to be your mentor and champion. Before we move on, I would like to introduce you to our mentor, Joe Taylor, who will give you some background on our business club and the history behind our success story. You should clap for him, by the way. He's amazing.
See what I get to work with every day. My name is Joe Taylor, and I am the one that has the honor and privilege of working with this amazing group of young entrepreneurs from One Arrow. A little bit of history. The Aboriginal Youth Entrepreneur Program was put into place by Saskatoon Tribal Council about 10 years ago. The concept was to use the world of business to open doors for the kids as they move forward in life. They wanted to create a hands-on, learn-through-doing program where the kids get their hands dirty immediately in the world of business. I always say that we're kind of, pardon the language, ass backwards in the world of business, because in all the cases we simply try something, make it, get it out in front of the public, sell it before we even start thinking about a plan. But we found that as we make our travels through the world in doing different things, that the kids become the center of attention the minute they walk through the door. They do something unique, something positive, and we get to meet people from communities far and wide, and they all say the same thing, that they need a program like this for their kids in their community. It's not sports, it's not education-based or anything other than that, other than the fact that we do try to teach a little bit of financial literacy, basic budgeting, costing, all those things that go with business, which we kind of pass on to the kids as we get through things. Prior to COVID, we were in 6 Saskatoon Tribal Council communities. We had a group from Mistawassis that made eagle feather boxes that were sold all over Canada. They were hand-painted, they were beautifully done. We had kids from Muscadet, had a little sticker business, which did very, very well. We had 2 catering companies at Keynote and Yellowquill, and the kids were very fortunate to be able to work in places like TCU Place, helping the catering staff put on probably the most prominent and important thing that they did every year. It was a fundraiser for Saskatoon Community Foundation. So they got to work in the kitchen, create the appetizers, and then go up in their chef's outfits and hand out all their appetizers to the who's who of the corporate world that attend these things. So that's kind of an example of what we try to do. Before I go any further, I'm just going to say that we need a big thank you out to Dr. Scribe and the organizers for giving our kids the opportunity to do this. When I phoned Chris and said that we'd like a vendor booth, that's all we were after, because we had heard that this was an incredible opportunity. And his reply was, I need 2 minutes of story. And so I told him, and he said, your kids need to be much more than a vendor. They have a story that is very important to share, and hopefully to inspire others to take that back to their communities. So that's kind of a little bit of history. If anybody have questions, you can pop in afterwards or whatever we do. So we'll just move on. We have a short video to play.
Down by the river, I was stormed by by your grace into depths of oblivion, into the lowest place. I was stuck in a puddle full of tears and unwise, stuck doing snow. Know that we've paid unlike, and you know, hey, when we walked out, I feel like we can throw away the forces of a past. And I know too, it's been the hardest days for you. Let's throw them out the window, that's what those lovers do. I was drawn by your grace into depths of oblivion, into the lowest place. I was stuck in a puddle full of tears and unwise, stuck doing snow. Know that we've paid unlike, and you know, hey, when we walked out, I feel like we can throw away the forces of a past. And I know too, it's been the hardest days for you. Let's throw them out the window, that's what those lovers do. Down by I was drawn by your grace into depths of oblivion, into the lowest place. I was stuck in a puddle full of tears and unwise, stuck doing snow. Know that we've paid unlike, and you know, hey, when we walked out, I feel like we can throw away the forces of a past. And I know too, it's been the hardest days for you. Let's throw them out the window, that's what those lovers do.
What is our business? Our company, which we own and manage, is called 3R Innovative Imaging. The 3R stand for recycle, reuse, and reinvent. We are doing our part to help save our environment by taking cabinet doors, fence boards, and wood that would have otherwise ended up in the garbage dump and turn them into laser-engraved, beautiful, one-of-a-kind works of art. We choose our own designs and images that are inspired by nature, our community, and our First Nations cultural teachings. We receive incredible support from our educators at the school and our leadership in community, but each piece is painted and finished with love by our team.
We are sorry, I'm small. Right here. A variety of painting techniques are used to make each piece of art unique and impossible to recreate. We are recently able to pay ourselves a fair wage every time we work and repurpose and reuse the wood that we use to create our artwork.
Our team also loves creating custom designs for plaques, awards, and gifts for corporations, government departments, and organizations who are looking to support young Indigenous entrepreneurs like us. How did we start up? Our little business started over 2 years ago. We would go to trade shows, conferences, and powwows, and we would listen to sell and show our products. We quickly sold out, met new people, took orders, and got busier and busier. And then the world changed. This is the COVID impact. COVID made us reinvent ourselves. Like many places around the world, our community and school went into lockdown immediately and remained closed for close to 2 years. With our usual methods of selling taken away, what would we do? We had two options: close up shop and wait it out, or find a way to work safely and look at business differently. We chose to enter the world of retail sales, and what a great decision it has been. From one of our products being sold in one store, we now have most of our products being showcased and sold in over 15 retail stores across Western Canada. We continually add new products to our inventory, and business is booming. We are so grateful for the support we receive from our retailers and clients. It has strengthened our social skills that have deteriorated during COVID and getting used to crowds again, so we can continue to share our hard work with the world.
Two incredible opportunities came our way the last couple of years that we have had lasting impacts on our business growth. We are one of the 18 Indigenous businesses chosen from across Canada to be filmed on a national television show called The Bear's Lair. And we were the only students to participate. Even though we did not win the competition, it was a tremendous opportunity for us. It was stressful, intimidating, and nerve-wracking, but it was a wonderful few weeks of learning and celebration.
So if anyone has never heard of Bear's Lair, it was the APTN version of Dragon's Den. So we had to go through the audition process. It was at the end of COVID, and we were one of 18 chosen. So the kid, Ruby, and a friend of hers that was in our club, had the opportunity to fly to Vancouver, go through the filming process, and all that intimidating stuff that you don't think about when you go film for a TV show. And it was, we met some incredible people. We had no expectations of winning. We went there for the experience, and that it was. And did you want to share anything from there?
Sure.
Okay.
One thing about working with TV is you really get the sense of how much community goes into making each and every episode, and we got a chance to meet with a lot of the staff and ask them about their inspirations, and it was really cool to see how each of them answered and wanted to be a part of this project. And me and my friend Phoenix, I could not have done it without her. She was a big support emotionally, and in regards to the Bear's Lair experience itself, it was very, very nerve-wracking, and I still don't remember a lot that went down, but I know that it has changed how I see business and how I see other businesses succeed, because I now know the hard work and dedication that goes into it. One thing that was very humbling for me is going to this beautiful hotel and then coming back to my foam mattress on the floor. But yeah, I really loved it, and I cannot wait for the opportunities that we can pass down to the next generation.
Who's doing the powwow pitch one? Sure. Okay.
Hello. So when we were doing the powwow pitch, I was kind of in the middle. I wasn't really the one writing it. Ruby was. But you know how many takes we did? We did about 67, and it was a lot of things, and then it was all online because it was COVID times. And it was we got about we did not reach the final 25, but we did finish third place overall. It just shows that Indigenous business can succeed in business and powerful motivation or story to share others. Okay, bye. I don't mean to interrupt.
She missed just one little thing. So the other opportunity that came their way was they entered a competition called the Powwow Pitch. For those of you who don't know what it is, it's competition for Indigenous entrepreneurs from all ages from all across Turtle Island. So from, you know where that is. So we did an edition. We were entered in the youth competition, which was great. We ended up winning the youth competition, which automatically takes you to the final. Now you're one of 25 in the final, but there's no age distinction anymore. And we're talking, the competitors weren't startups. These were some very, very well-established businesses, professional speakers, and the whole shebang. And we ended up getting 4th overall. So there was a cash prize, but that was really not why we do things, is to win cash. It's the experience. And Ruby was our spokesgirl and the one that had to go through it all. And you had to do a one-minute pitch to start off?
Yeah, and then 2 minutes of questions.
And then 2 minutes of questions on, it was virtual, but the panel of judges were from across Canada, and you had to know your stuff. So then you go to semifinals, and it's a 2-minute pitch, 3-minute questions, and then you go to the final, 3-minute pitch, and of course the judging and the questions get worse, and longer and longer and longer as you go. So anyways, Ruby got to experience that, and I don't know if you want to talk about that.
Something we did do is we tried our very best to prepare for the powwow pitch. We had all these cards of what we were going to say, and Joe was behind the camera trying to make sure that everything was going smoothly. And then out of nowhere, they asked questions that we weren't even prepared for, so I had to think on the spot in front of something that I knew was going to be broadcasted, but we tried our very best, and in the end, with their partnership with Best Buy, I actually got this iPhone 14 that I still use to this day. And it has been 2 years since, and I am so grateful for their kindness and their generosity to support us. And yeah.
Okay. I'm doing this one? Okay. Just a few other things that kids have done and accomplished in the last couple of years. They were named the Entrepreneurial Spirit Award at the Saskatchewan Indigenous Equity Foundation annual meeting. That was in 2023. They were the Indigenous Women's Business of the Year, which was presented by SIGA a couple of years ago. They've done media interviews, they've done newspaper articles, and we get lots of invitations to go to trade shows and conferences. And of course, they walk in the door and they are the center of attention. And so I'll give you an example of what our schedule looks like, keeping in mind that education is a priority. So March 18th, 19th, we were at a conference in Saskatoon. March 25th, we were at the Indigenous Business Conference in Saskatoon. That was 1,100 people. This one this week, which is another 1,100 people. We're going to a conference next week in Saskatoon that's 1,500 people. And it just kind of goes on and like that. So lots of opportunities. And I didn't say it before, but the most rewarding and humbling thing for us to witness firsthand is just the growth in personal attributes that these kids gain from their experience of getting out and meeting people from all walks of life and getting in front of the corporate and business leaders of the world. It's growth in self-esteem, self-confidence, self-pride in who they are and where they're from and what they're doing, and just public speaking skills. And you can see how a young, shy, humble girl like Ruby and Lee take those and run with them and become very, very good at what they do. And this can be very, very overwhelming, but they succeed. So anyways, that's that part.
Just a few final words. We have cultivated and nourished our business through the kindness of others. Over the last couple of years, as we grew and learned, we have begun to look at success differently. We have always promised to use our success to help other Indigenous youth succeed. And now it is time. Our community has gifted us with a building that was the old store, after they built a new one, to reuse and reinvent the space. We plan to create a workshop of wisdom to continue to pass down our knowledge and expertise like our ancestors did for us. We will create a space that will bring youth from far and wide together. We will pass on the lessons we learned to the aspiring youth tomorrow. Our province is full of young, successful Indigenous entrepreneurs whose knowledge, courage, charisma, and wisdom we will tap into and share with others, not just in our province, but all of Canada. Canada. From its highest mountains to its beaches and shores, seeing the way we light sparks of passion and possibility from all those who take a chance on us is our motivation. We want to become positive change makers, using our stories and perspective on life as motivational speakers for youth, from youth.
Okay. Can you put it down? Okay. What we have in trade show booth today is what talented people of our group have created over the years, and building and refining what you see today. Dream the impossible, believe in yourselves.
Achieve the improbable, inspire others. It is an honor to show the world what we do.
Thank you.
You want to ask if anybody has questions?
If anybody has any questions regarding our experiences, now would be the time. Don't all put them all at once.
Hi. Thank you, Ruby, Joe, and Lee from the Almighty Voice Education Center. I have some.
You have such weak hair. Just got hit with your hair. Oh, I'm so sorry.
Wait. Thank you very much.
Ship was the pride of the American side, coming back from Sunville in Wisconsin. As the big freighters go, it was bigger than most, with a crew and good captain well seasoned, concluding some terms with a couple of steel firms when they left fully loaded for Cleveland. Then later that night when the ship's bell rang, could it be the north wind they'd been feeling? Every man knew, as the captain did too, 'twas the witch of November come stealing. The dawn came late and the breakfast had to wait when the gales of November came slashing. When afternoon came, it was freezing rain in the face of a hurricane west wind. Does anyone know where the love of God goes when the waves turn the minutes to hours? The searchers all say they'd have made Whitefish Bay if they'd put 15 more miles behind her. They might have split up or they might have capsized. They may have broke deep and took water. And all that remains is the faces and the names of the wives and the sons and the daughters. Michigan steams like a young man's dreams. The islands and bays are for sportsmen. Farther below Lake Ontario takes in what Lake Erie can send. The iron boats go as the mariners all go, with the gales of November remembered. In a musty old hall in Detroit, they prayed in the Maritime Sailors' Cathedral. Church bell chimed till it rang 29 times for each man on the Edmund Fitzgerald. The legend lives on from the Chippewa down of the big lake they call Gitchagooey. Superior, they said, never gives up her dead when the gales of November come early.
it in our best fashionable way, and we want to honor the elders, in which we're going to allow them to go first, okay, as commonly as done in our communities. We also have an elder that's going to be selected to come and do a prayer for the food. And so Chris Scribe is out there somewhere. And if you guys see an Indian with a big hat, you know, that's probably Chris Scribe, or my nephew Watson. My nephew Watson's also wearing a big Indian hat here too. I should say that. Anyway, Chris, how are we doing, Chris? We got our elder selected yet? All right, I think we're looking for Mary Lee. All right, do we have a Mary Lee in the audience? Right there. Bingo, you're supposed to yell, cook 'em. Bingo. So Chris is going to come up. He's going to ask with protocol and acknowledge our elder here. And then we want to make sure that we kind of give enough instruction so that we don't go crazy here. We have 2 supports at the doorways, and they're going to direct you in where to line up. And so again, we're hoping that all the elders will get an opportunity first to line up. But we also have some plated food off to the side on this side. So if you're here with an elder and they're not very mobile and you don't want to move them, we also have some plated food in the corner in the back there, and you can go and grab a plate for them and bring it to their table. But everybody else, we're going to line up in a bit after we offer prayer here, and we're going to ask Cookham to come on up. And Chris has acknowledged her. And so again, be patient with us, please, as we're getting ready to have some good food.
The mic, I'll just welcome everybody.
Okay.
In prayer, I don't use the mic.
Okay, all right. Well, I'm going to make some time here. If we can, she's going to make some acknowledgement, say a few hellos, and, acknowledge all her past boyfriends. Hey. They're probably all here, Cookham. Hey, just kidding. So she's going to say a few words, and then we're going to turn the mic off for the prayer. All right.
Nanas komon nanos kagis kagnoa kumaga na kipi ipigiho gianista ipi atamskata go kahtiao. I'm honored to be here today to come and share and visit and shake hands to a lot of you today. I had such a good morning. I visited with a lot of people, past students, present, and it's such an honor for me. I speak my language fluent, and I was always told when I say a prayer, we don't need the mic to talk to our Creator and our grandfathers. So I bless the food for each and every one of us so we can nourish ourselves in a good way, in a healthy way, and to think of others that don't have what we have today. So I say my prayer in my language, Nanaskomon Hanuskagiska.
All right, so we're going to ask our elders to go and line up first. Remember at the doorway there, we have some supports that are from in-house here that will be directing you and being able to show you which line to line up in. And we're going to try to do this in the most kind of structured fashion. After the elders have gone up, and then we'll let everybody else fight. And everybody else will line up. But we got a few announcements also, so we'll let the elders go on up. And then if you're here with an elder that's not very mobile, we have some plated food out in the corner over there. You can grab food for them too. And then make sure that we're taking care of our elders first. We do have some announcements. We did see some restructuring of rooms. If you're not very familiar with the space, we have the different rooms that are organized throughout the building. And so just kind of ask. We're going to turn it over to Kunis. She's got a few announcements for us too.
Another quick announcement, so we have some door prizes. So if you see the ladies in the blue shirts, you can get the tickets from them. I see one right in front of me there. And they'll start calling them through lunch. So door prizes, get a ticket. I don't know if there's any other announcements.
If you get an opportunity and use the coat checks also, you could use the coat checks. We have that available upstairs. Event Mobi, if you haven't had a chance to download it, it is in the App Store, and it's Event Mobi, EVENTMOBI. EVENTMOBI. And that is, again, the quickest way to find some information of room changes, where you're supposed to be or who's presenting, what time everything is going to be happening. And then we also have, what other announcements do we got? Kunis, anything else you can think of? Oh, just being respectful. We got presentations. People have been sharing a lot of their life's work. And so during the presentations, please be attentive. If there's any conversations that aren't related to the presentations, maybe that's not the space to have it in, okay? And again, be mindful of our presenters who have come from a long ways. And a lot of the work that they're sharing, a lot of it is personal. A lot of family stories, history, some ceremonial connections, so spirituality, sacredness to a lot of these presentations that we're hearing. And so being mindful and respectful to the presenters, and just being aware that we can hear you all the way across the halls, and they can see you and hear you also. All right? What else do you think we need for that? All right, well, it wouldn't be an event if we didn't have our first lost kid. Oh, Tyler, that's yours. Okay. The lost baby, we're about to announce them here. Yeah.
Maybe too, to say to the presenters, maybe mindful of time for the next minute. You say that.
Also, if you're presenting here at this year's event, making sure you're getting ready prior to your event, you have your slides ready for the text in those areas, and you're ready, uploaded, and you're on time, okay? So make sure that we're in our spaces, know where you're supposed to be, and do a great job.
Line up now, Mitza.
So we got all the elders already. Now everybody else is lining up.
Yeah.
All right, it looks like a lot of our elders have already been up at the front. Everybody else who's been waiting patiently, we see that everybody else is getting in line now too, so feel free to line up. Line up.
Take what you're going to eat, don't let your eyes be bigger than your stomach. restrictions. The kitchen is working on it now, so I will come back and let you know when that's ready. So my apologies for us not having that prepared. And another thing, make sure you're getting your door prize tickets from the ladies in the blue shirts.
hey, that's not our door prize. So with the tickets, hopefully we organize, what the door prizes are, and so we're going to get that sorted out here in a little bit too. But, again, we're very thankful for all the cooks here, all the supports here, and everybody who got a chance to get some food and some nourishment for the rest of our day, because we need that. We need you to be strengthful and well and, energized to ready to be attentive and listen into the rest of our speakers here today. So in a bit here, we're going to get our first keynote, and then she's going to come up. She's going to be sharing here. After that, we're going to be headed right into our breakout sessions. We also have our grass dance championship that's going to be happening a little bit later today too. So just so you're aware, the doors open until 6 o'clock. Tickets can only be purchased in person. There is no online ticketing or purchasing. Registration is closed as of 10 minutes ago. So registration is closed. And so if you're sneaking anybody else in, I don't know. Registration is closed, yeah? Anything else? Oh, dietary restrictions. If you want to make a special order, the chefs out in the back are dressed in all black. You can make a request out there. And so if you, if you need another serving of food for whatever reason, go and see those guys back there too, all right? And just a little bit of house cleaning. If you have any garbage around, try to be mindful, pick up the garbage around, and then, find a reciprocal around you and then throw that garbage away. That'd be awesome and amazing. And then check in on your friends, make sure they're okay. See, they're making sure they got food. If you brought some elderly folks with them, make sure that they got the chance to eat too. Just being good relatives, that's all we're hoping for here. Anything else?
We'll just say we'll start in 10 minutes, so be prepared to be present and listen.
So we got 102 right now.
I don't think we speak too long. How much do you bring for intro? Yeah. Because this is what I have for her bio, but that will take too long.
find it? Oh, yeah. I'll sit here and watch your stuff.
All right, we're ready to go here. So we're going to get everybody to settle down here.
Yeah.
All right, just some quick announcements here. We have a coat check ticket here that somebody might have lost. So if you lost your coat check ticket, I have it up here. Come and grab it. We also have some door prizes that we're going to be awarding here. And so if you got a blue ticket, we also made the draws for that. And so we have 12 door prizes. 12 door prizes that we're going to be giving out here. And so everybody's got a chance. There's a possibility. And Denise here, if you have any issues, again, you come see her. Yeah. All right, how we doing? We're good? All right, we got a list. Okay, now, again, for everybody who's got their blue tickets, we got some gifts here from our vendors that we piled together. So we got some lucky winners here.
Okay. So our first door prize from Maverick, you can pick at the booth. There's drum kits and such. Our number is, I'll do the last four numbers. We'll do the last four numbers, 0550. Ooh. So you can come up here and we can lead you to the vendors after we announce. What was it? 05.
Announce it again. Okay.
So Maverick 0550, that's our first door prize winner. So you can come up towards the stage. Perfect. Okay. So we'll go into our second door prize. You say that.
All right, for our second door prize here, we have the number that was drawn, 0436. 0436. Come on and see Denise. She'll send you to a booth and you're going to pick your own merch. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I put, no. Okay.
All right, again. The number is 04. Oh, there we go. Hey, another winner. Okay.
Okay, so our third door prize, once again, it'll be in the vendors. Oh, yeah. So our third prize, our number is 0181. Ooh. Yeah, I get. Oh, this one has two. Okay.
Say it again.
Yeah. So for our number 3, there's going to be 2 winners for this. So our first number is 0181. This one has 2 winners. I need another number. 01. Okay. Number 3 was who? 0181 jump mash. Oh, sorry. 81. Oh, you're ready. Yeah. And then our second number for this is 0020. Ooh. Those are both winners. Oh, yeah. Then I didn't write that one down on here either.
All right, come and see Denise. We're trying to keep organized, and so if you're a winner, come and show yourself. All right. All right, next we have another door prize for our next winner here is going to be able to choose from Kushi's collection. Ooh, this is a nice booth. All right, the winner here is 0, 0, 7, 1. What is it again? All right, again, for your opportunity to pick from Kushi's closet, 0071.
I got number 5. Country's collection. Okay, so our 5th door prize, we have 2 more to announce. So our number 5, our number is 0404. I love the O's. This is number 5? Yeah. And it was? My heart, your hands. So please come up here and see Denise, 0404.
All right, we got one more here. And our 6th draw for a door prize here, you're going to be able to pick from Sage Bear lotions and gift bags. Ooh. And the winner is 0676. One more time, 0676. Yeah. All right, we just got 2 donations here. This is 52 Weeks of Cree by Julia Olette, and it's a Repeat After Me book. And we have 2 of them here, and we're gonna let you pick random. Maybe, she's a teacher here. She's done this before. All right, okay. So here we go.
Okay.
First one.
Okay, let me think. If anybody in here is wearing socks with stripes on it, you have to show me your socks. You have to prove it. First one.
We got 2 winners.
Yeah. He lied. Okay, we have some striped socks. There's so many socks. Should we keep going?
All right, we're gonna do one more. So we got one winner already. We're gonna do one more option here.
Okay, let me see. I need something specific. Okay, wait, you think of one. Just wait.
You can't say bingo dabber. Everybody's got one.
That's true. That's true. I can't think now. I'm panicking.
Random.
Okay. I'm on the edge of my seat. How about? This is too hard. Okay. Whoa.
All right, we're gonna save it for later. Okay, we're gonna be picking some more door prizes a little bit later. We got 6 more door prizes and another book to give away. So let's give a round of applause for everybody who got a beautiful gift here. Thank you to our vendors. Make sure you go and see our vendors right around the corner. Go and visit them there and support all of our vendors that are out there. Okay.
Oh yeah, I put it right here.
So we're gonna get on with our procession here today. And moving into our afternoon, and so if you didn't get your prize yet, come and see Denise. If you already seen her already,
Blue tickets still?
bring your blue tickets.
If you don't have a ticket, come up too.
If you didn't get a door prize ticket, you can actually come and grab one for her too, for the prizes that we're gonna do a little bit later. So if you didn't get one yet, she's gonna be in the hallway by the vendors. All right. All right, let's get started here. All right, everybody, let's settle down, let's quiet down. We're gonna be moving into our afternoon session here today. I know everybody wants to get back to their conversations, but we got some presentations to do here. Okay, how we doing? We ready? Are we ready? Okay, let's settle down.
Chill out.
Well, welcome again to day 2 of Think Indigenous International Education Conference. My name is TJ Warren.
My name is Kunis Watney.
And we are your host MCs here this week. We have a lot of great things happening, and what we're going to be moving into today is a keynote by a visiting relative that comes from the East. And so we're going to have an introduction here today, and a lot of our presentations here have been very, very interesting. They have been presenting a lot of beautiful work and creating a lot of dialogue and conversation amongst our people here today. And so that's very important. I think that work and that networking around our community is very important so that we can see some of the successes and some of the things that might not be working that we can improve on, and working with one another and then being able to develop that. And so that's what we're doing here. So with our worldview as Indigenous people, you know, it gives us a great understanding through both, not just our traditional wisdom, but knowledge shared, you know, through all of these stories that we're hearing. Since time immemorial, this is the way that our people have done a lot of the things that we know. So the restoration of our inherent ways is one of the things that we're hoping to do here as part of our, you know, gathering. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to Kunis, and she's going to introduce our next keynote speaker.
Hi, everybody. So the teacher in me is wanting to, like, quiet coyote, make sure everyone's eyes are up here, being respectful, silent, being present in the moment, because we have a lot of people who traveled a lot of long distances to come here and share their knowledge and their gifts with us. You know, we're really grateful for this opportunity, and while we're in the moment, you know, we should be respectful and mindful. So our next speaker, she's from the Bad River Band of Lake Superior, Ojibwe. Her name is Bawajigekwe. She dedicated her career to transforming education through Indigenous pedagogy and worldview. She's a retired reading specialist and a tribal judge. She has 20 years of experience in various other roles in educational settings. Her research focuses on creating conditions that foster Indigenous student success and reimagining educational systems to center Indigenous knowledge and innovation. With a deep belief in the transformative power of relationships, identity, and collective growth. Bawajigekwe inspires educators and communities to view education as a pathway to empowerment and healing. Guided by gratitude and cultural responsibility, she is committed to advancing Indigenous education systems that honor ancestral knowledge while shaping a resilient and inclusive future. So if you all could join me in welcoming her to the stage, please.
Promotion, mention my name cause you know it got some motion. Okay, put your arms out side to side. Move it to the left, then you move it to the right. Big feathers, I'm an eagle soaring through the sky. I can teach you how to do it, but you already know it, right? Teach me how to go then. 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 Teach me how to go then.
All right, well, thank you so much, and I'm really humbled and honored by that introduction, and I just want to offer a little correction. I'm not a retired judge. My dad is, and I'm not a retired reading specialist. My mom is, but they'll be like, man, that's cool that, you know, you were introduced that way. Because we come with our families that way. We come with our parents, we come with our grandparents. And so I'm really happy and honored to be here and represent them in a good way. So as was introduced or said in the introduction, I'm from the Bad River Band of Lake Superior, Ojibwe. So I'm just going to take a moment to introduce myself the way I was taught in my language. But before I do that, I just want to say a few words before I say a few words. My uncle said that one time, and I thought that was pretty cool. Plus, it's on reservation dogs too. But raise your hand if you're Ojibwe, just so I can see my relatives. Oh, a couple people. All right. If you know the Ojibwe language, don't give away the answer here. I want to do a little icebreaker, little joke. You know knock-knock jokes, right? Right? Yeah? Okay, so we'll do a little knock-knock joke and see how it goes. Tried this at the last event, and they were like lost on the knock-knock joke. But I think we can do it. Okay. Knock-knock. Bouge. Boozhoo, that means hello in Ojibwe. Yeah, I like that. So I feel comfortable already because one of the teachings with our language and that greeting is really asking, like, who are you? And asking if you're that spirit, that trickster that can, like, just half man, half spirit. So boozhoo, to even if you're a trickster out there, I see you and now you see me and stuff. My name, Bawajigekwe. So we're going to practice a little bit, okay? Bawajige Kwe. Oh, you're just getting it, just fast learners. My elders tell me not to literally translate that because it loses the meaning of the story of who I am. But at the same time, I'm a second language learner, and part of that process is some linear thinking. So we're gonna break it up a little bit, but just know that to know me is to really experience me and have interactions with me over time. And I feel like, we need to always leave room to grow and change our minds. And that's really what Indigenous knowledge is about. So to break up my name in two parts, Bawajige means to dream, and Kwe, it's like my pronouns built right in there, means woman. Bawajige Kwe. Okay, so then now I'll say it, you say it. Bawajige Kwe. Bawajige Kwe. Bawajige Kwe. One more time, because 4 is that sacred number. Bawajige Kwe. Yeah, so now you can say Buju Bawajige Kwe. Thank you, I appreciate that. Buju Bawajige Kwe Indigu. The spirits know me as Bawajige Kwe. Miswadesi and Dure Mushkazibing and Dunjaba. Animakikwe Jinakazo Nindanis, Nimama Debbie Bully, Nindede Steve Bully. Tacoma, Washington, Inda, Gawin Apachin and Ata, Ojibwe Mosi Idash, Ninga Gagwejitunji Anishinaabe Moen, and Dusso Gijik, Gabe Gijik. I'm half Sicilian, so I talk with my hands a lot like this, but I also was told, be animated when you use the language, engage people. So that last part I said, I try to speak the language every day, all day. And I'm Turtle Clan as well. Any other people here, Turtle Clan? I know I have one sister over here who's Turtle Clan. So in our teachings that way, it means we're helpers, we're thinkers, we're dreamers, and we're philosophers. And that really makes sense, and it's not by coincidence. As Native people, we're very intentional, and those intentions matter, and it's like what brings us all together. So I really appreciate the way that we're all here together and the intention that was set to bring us here. And that applies to each one of us as individuals as well. You were born with a purpose, you're born with intention, and our stories about our children is they choose their parents. And so I carry those teachings in my name, in my clan, and where I'm from. So I'm from the place where food grows on water, known as Monoman. And so when we introduce ourselves that way, you already have an understanding of what's important to that person. So you know that water is going to be important to me. You know that the foodways, the natural foodways, the wild rice is going to be important to me. And so I bring all of that in that way to share with all of you. And I just say that because there was a time, not that long ago in my life that I really didn't understand a lot about myself. I was struggling, and where's my little clicker? Oh, is this it? Is this the clicker? Oh yeah, there she is. When I was way back in the 1900s, that's me. I was in 8th grade, and I didn't know a lot about my language or my culture. When I sat with my grandparents and spent time with them, they didn't sit down and say, "My girl, I'm gonna teach you about responsibility," or "This is a lesson on reciprocity." They just talked to me. They just spent time with me, took me into the woods, and I'd go fishing or hunting with my grandpa, or I would sit at the kitchen table. I felt kind of lucky because even though I was painfully shy as a little girl, my grandparents, they would kick all the cousins outside, and I got to stay in with them and sit at the table and learn those really good lessons, and they taught me how to do some beadwork, and that was really special. But I still did kind of struggle because I grew up bicultural, and I didn't understand how to be this and be that at the same time. It was very either or thinking for me. And I was really insecure. I was really scared, and I would always wonder about what if I fail? And so I had this little conversation with myself as I was preparing, because it doesn't really get easier to stand up and share what's been shared with me. You know, when you're asked with tobacco to come and do something, like, and you accept that, like Chris was saying earlier to me when he did that, this is a contract to speak the truth. And it never, for me anyways, gets necessarily easier, but it is a responsibility and a practice. So I was having this conversation with a good friend, that's me, and I was telling myself, my younger self, like, it's okay, like, because you're not afraid to fail. It's actually the success that you're afraid of. And I had to really engage with that. And so when I work with students, I try to flip the narrative for them and get them to understand that, you know, they're brilliant, and they always have been brilliant, and that goes for each and every one of us here, our younger selves as well, and our future selves too. So I have 2 questions along those lines for you. If we're thinking about success and we're thinking about winning in life, and we're moving beyond and pressing beyond that narrative of not being enough, or what if I fail, being scared, I have 2 questions. What do you want? And sometimes you have to unpack that and really get through the things of what you don't want or what you need to get to that really crystallized response of what do you want? And then also, what does it mean to succeed? And I asked a teacher from back home, Mavis Kingbird from Bad River, and also the Red Lake Nation. I asked her that question one time in an interview for one of my classes. We were asked to go and interview a knowledge bearer, and just what does it mean for Native student success? And she said so clearly, so confidently, so succinctly, well, we know we are successful, and we know the students are successful when they're happy and they love themselves. And that changed everything for me as a mother. That changed everything for me as a teacher, and also just like thinking about myself too, like that younger self here. If I was happy and I loved myself, maybe like what could I have done maybe a little sooner, or what struggles could I have avoided at that really tough age of 8th grade. A lot of my original hurts exist in that 7th, 8th grade time frame, so I really enjoy teaching that age because I can connect with them. But if I was happy and I loved myself, I wonder, not that I'm regretful about it, because I went through things to get myself to this point in life, and I persevered, but just kind of thinking about it today as a responsibility as educators, what do you want, and what does it mean to succeed? And I would pressure my daughter. She's 19 now, but when she was a little kid, I did a lot of pressuring, too much, and she loves me and she forgives me. But she's my greatest teacher in life, and I used to try to control what direction she was gonna go. She's gonna be a lawyer. That's, I already see it, I already know it. This is what you're gonna do. You're gonna make a lot of money, you're not gonna struggle, you're gonna be able to buy food and keep the lights on, and it's gonna be a good life, and you're gonna do these things in these tangible ways. And I just would overlook the fact that she was not engaging with her spirit in her journey. I was forcing something on her. So when Mavis told me that, I had to take a step back as a mom and as a teacher and really just focus things a little differently. So I wonder now, today, just kind of starting with self, what some of the responses would be, like, what do you want and what does it mean to succeed? And if you get it, then what? If you're happy and you love yourself, well, then what? Because I know me, I've spent my life being an underdog and being gritty. I'm a basketball player and a coach as well, so I'm always on the underdog team. Anyone watch that movie Resball? Oh my God, thank God they won, because I was like, that's it. If they lose, I'm never watching another movie like that again. But, you know, I'm like, that's how it was when growing up. Like, I was always the loser, but I could lose like a champion. I could just be like, yeah, it's all right, team. Like, let's pick ourselves up. Let's dust ourselves off. We'll get them next time, or we'll focus on this one thing. But what happens when you win, though, is like what I'm wondering these days. And so, because, you know, I would self-sabotage. Anybody else ever do that sometimes? I see some heads nodding. Self-sabotage. So, okay, so I had to think, what does it look like then for me if I get what I want and I'm happy and I love myself? And I mean, I think this is what it looks like. I think it looks like family. I think it looks like sisterhood and kinship. It looks like healing and joy. It looks like having a daughter who loves herself and loves me. And so that's, you know, I'm in community that way. It looks like community that's whole and healthy together, because when one of us wins, we all win, right? Like, it's a blessing to be a blessing. I used to think my goal was I don't want to be a burden. That was like such a hard, difficult mindset. And I realized through a good friend who told me the truth, if you ever have anyone in your life telling you the truth, keep them around. And he was like, you know, you always choose defeat from the mouth of victory. I was like, what? I had to really think about that. He was telling me, you choose defeat from the mouth of victory. So like, okay, so I'm picturing I'm right there. I got it. I'm teed up. I'm ready to just knock it out of the park. And I'm like, nah. It's a blessing to be a blessing now. And I realize that that's been a pivotal shift. And to pass that forward is the best gift I could ever give my parents, my grandparents. Speaking of my grandparents, this is them. I had to bring them into the space with me. I told you I'm half Sicilian, right? I always grew up and they're like, not Italian, Sicilian. I was like, oh. And so on the right side there, that's my nani and my nanu. And then on the left side is my grandma Rosebud. She's out wild racing. And then my grandpa Ed Bully, and he's in the Army. He's a veteran. And even though they're passed on, I still learn so much from them, and I hope that they are proud of me. I think they are, but I just always think about them. I dream about them a lot, and they help me out. So I'm showing up in community, I'm showing up with accountability, and I also have a question for you. Who are you showing up for? There's a traditional game that I've been able to be fortunate to revitalize back home, be a part of that, one of many caretakers known as Baga Adawewin or lacrosse. And I know a lot of communities have their version of stick game. And so I'm referencing that right now when I ask you, who are you showing up for? Because when we start that game and when we teach the students, we have them circle up. We have them circle up every time, and it's multi-ages, and sometimes like there's adults and stuff, and you know, and we all play together, multi-generational, and just ask them that question of like, who are you playing for? And it's usually somebody that is not doing so well, maybe ill physically or struggling with mental health issues. And because that game is known as a medicine game, it's known as creator's game. And so I think in a way, that's what we're doing here. Like, there's a lot of good medicine here. And we're gonna take that back to wherever we are from, and we're gonna plant those seeds, or like Chris said, we're gonna take that spark and build a fire. We're gonna take that back, and we're gonna let it grow. But I want to know, who are you playing for today? Who are you showing up for? And so I'd like to offer you 2 minutes to talk with someone next to you and like boil it down to a name, like a name of somebody. You might need to have a little dialogue of like, oh, I'm playing for my whole community, my whole family, and but then try to really boil it down to one person's name, just as an exercise, as a practice. Okay? So 2 minutes. We'll play a little lo-fi beats there, just for some background noise. Back to the room in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We're coming back. We're quiet coyote. My daughter taught me this. She's 19, I told you that, right? And kids keep us honest. And I'd be talking too much, you know, and she's like, Mom. I'm like, okay. I went around to a couple tables and I asked, who are you playing for today? So I was wondering if like way in the back, if one person could shout using their longhouse voice, who are you playing for today? One person way in the back. Playing for myself, they said. Yeah, play for yourself. If you need that, then do that. Because it starts with self, and it goes outward from there. Remember, it's a blessing to be a blessing. How about someone over here? Over at this table over here. I have a good friend. I want to tell you something. It's been 20 years since I saw this friend over here. I'm talking about you. 20 years. And she came up. She's like, oh my God, Andrea. I have an English name. And I was like, well, it's not Andrea. No, I didn't say that. But yeah, say hi. Who are you playing for today? Nia. I have another new friend I met the other day. I know she's over here. I see you. I'm locking eyes with you. Tanisha. She helped me. You know how Indigenous knowledge is not fixed? Like Western knowledge is like, oh, locked in a little box and it's etched in stone and it never changes and it's always right there where we left it. Well, Indigenous knowledge isn't like that. We can write things down. That's good. That's fine. That's helpful for access and learning and prosperity and all that stuff. But we're always learning and growing. And so my presentation, I don't even know if I'll get to it, to be honest, but but it's about these 5 R's. And since I've been coming here, I'm like, oh yeah, we're gonna talk about these 5 R's. Like it'll be just groundbreaking. Like I've heard, there was a whole presentation earlier today about I think 6 or 7 or 8 R's. But Tanisha yesterday, she helped me understand a little more about the 6th R. So you wanna stand up and say hello? There she is, just gorgeous. So we'll talk about those other 5 R's, but representation, who are you playing for today? Speaking of, what's her? We're playing for Carrie Lynn. Thank you, Tanisha. Everybody, think of that person, that name. I know it's hard because we have lots of loved ones. We have multiple children, grandchildren, babies that we are connected with or relatives that maybe need that healing and support, whole communities. But try to think of that one person's name. Lock it in. Lock in. We're going to do something together as a whole room. We're going to say that one person's name all together when I count to 3. Would that be all right? Yeah? I thought I heard someone say no. I should. We're going to let me rephrase that. We're going to do something. I really hope it's okay. If you're not okay with it, of course, you don't have to participate. But think of that one person's name. Lock in. And on the count of 3, say their name out loud. We'll count in Ojibwe, okay? Baje, Nij, Niswe. Animikikwe. Oh, we're just calling all of these people into this space with us because we're never alone. It starts with self, but it just spirals and goes out. I think about tree rings. Some people think about water ripples. And it just expands outward. That's awesome. That's my baby. We're at Lake Superior there, and behind her is like the Mecca of the Ojibwe people. There's a story and that led us to the place where food grows on water, and that's Madeline Island in the background there. And so that was her senior picture, and that's who I show up for. That's who I'm playing for, is Animikikwe. Let's see, we're not even into it yet. But I tried to create a little map of like talking points, and I'm known for, number 1, talking in stories. I think a lot of you can relate as Indigenous people. We are storytellers. And number 2, going off script. So just gonna we'll see how far we get. You know, I have a clock here, so that helps. I do want to introduce a little bit of some scholarship into the room here. This is Red Pedagogy by Sandy Grandy. Is anybody familiar with this book and scholar? She talks about that spirit of resistance, and we have that, we need that. We ourselves, or we have relatives who are like right there, they're activists, they're doing it, and they're leading the way, leading movements, that spirit of resistance. And also, she says we need that pedagogical structure that provides those methods of inquiry that you can analyze and challenge and disrupt colonization and basically deconstruct in order to reconstruct healthier and in better ways. And so I think that's a big part of like why we're here today. And so I have some questions of like, okay, if we do that, if we do what she's saying, and I think we are, what does bringing it down to earth, what does that look like? What does that look like in schools? What is it that we should be teaching? And then how will we know when we've done it right? And I don't have those answers for you. This is like a space of activation and collective meaning making and dialogue. And again, remember, nothing is fixed or set in stone. We're always seeking knowledge. My uncle, he teaches at the University of Wisconsin, Stevens Point. I call him Uncle, but some people call him Dr. Smart. That's literally his name, Smart. Dr. Smart, Professor Smart. And he says, oh, after you take my class, you can, he's like, you know, non-native people, they really like letters after your name. So put KS after your name. I give you that ability, I bestow that, this is my class, so now you have that. And then someone's like, well, what does KS mean? He's like, well, nobody's probably ever gonna ask you. But if they do, it means knowledge seeker. So I think that really leans into that question of how will we know when we've done it right? And it's about being curious always, because there isn't a right way. Maybe it goes back to the happiness and loving yourself, but it's really up to each one of you and the places you come from and the communities that you're a part of to dialogue around that. But I can give you a couple examples. I like visuals. I have my sister here with me. Her name is Summer. She's also Turtle Clan. And then my auntie Diane. And they come from the Milwaukee Indian Community School, and they sit on the school board there. And Summer and I, we met just like a few years ago. And we didn't know each other, but we became sisters through this doctoral program in Indigenous education out of the University of Wisconsin, Green Bay. And we did some really like deep thinking about these questions in that book with Sandy Grandy. And so we came up with a model, and it's just like an example, right? It's a recipe for you to sort of like make it your own. You can use it by all means, but also you might have different tastes, you might have different needs, you might have different ingredients. And we made this, I believe it's in 2019, so since then, at that time it was 4 R's, now it's 5 R's, now it's 6 R's. So it's already like needs to be updated, but it still serves as a pretty good example of what that could look like in schools. So we made sure to put in color the heart and the brain, the heart and the mind, because those things can't be separated when we're doing Indigenous education. And then we took those four, remember at that time, it was 4 R's. We put them on the feet of the turtle. And then we were like, well, what is it? What is education? We're both teachers. And we filled up the turtle's back with all the things we felt were important and relevant to like exemplify Indigenous education. And I can already tell you, like, we afterwards were like, we didn't even put humor in there. Like, maybe if we went back and 2.0 version, you know, it would definitely look different. We'd have humor in there, maybe. But again, this is just like a recipe, a little example. And you could do this at so many levels. You could do this within your classroom to create like your classroom community agreements and get some buy-in from your students of all ages. Like, what do we want our classroom to look like? You can progress check with it. You can do it in leadership teams. You can do it at, policy levels. I mean, it really just, the sky's the limit. It's really up to you where you want to put your curiosity and your creativity. It could also, what does it look like in schools? It can also look like this. And here it was bringing two schools together, and this was at the language immersion school that I spent a few years teaching at, and doing like a pen. I was the English teacher on campus, so I held down the foreign language department, and they taught, everything else was in the Ojibwe language, and I brought some of my students from one school that I used to teach at, and then the students that I was working with there, and we practiced our writing by having pen pals, like old school pen pals. It was really cool for the kids to work on their writing skills and learn how to address an envelope. They had to write, not type it. They had to actually handwrite their letters and things like that. And then they got to come together, and there was something in it for them. They were motivated by these relationships. They got to come together, so it could look like that in schools. I got a lot of pictures here, so I'm just going to kind of go through them and show you different examples of what these 4, 5, 6 plus R's could look like in school. There's Sean, the sous chef. That was cool. This was at a conference like this one, but for youth. The students led a community-wide movement here for their friend that was shot and killed, murdered by police. They led that. They brought the community together and spread a good message about their friend, their brother. We bring them to universities and sing. It's a space to gather, again, be in relationship, put on events for the school. Some of them got to meet the late Ada Deer, who's Menominee. And we're just out here doing things, living, going places, representing. I work in special education most of my years, and so this was some of the students, I would run the Native American Club, and then I'm like, well, what are you doing after school? What are you doing after school? They're like, nothing. I'm like, well, come on, we're gonna have a bake sale, and then they're counting the money and stuff afterwards. It's really awesome. And then another young lady, she's like, I really love powwow dancing. I do too. And so we got, talking and cooking up ideas about it. And she's like, I want to start a dance troupe. I was like, well, let's do it. And she started a dance troupe called the Bad River Dreamers. We performed for the school. That's my baby. That's my daughter. She was representing as Miss Seafair Princess and going out to schools and talking to the young ones. All these things represent those 5 R's I'm going to show you in a second, this pedagogical framework. It's in action in all these examples. It can look a lot of different ways. These are just a little couple handfuls, maybe a handful of examples. This one, it was like my last hurrah. So I grew up and I taught for 13 years in Wisconsin. And I was really rooted there. And then I decided, hey, why not move across the country to where I don't know anybody and just let's do that. And this was my last, so I moved to Washington State with my daughter. We're a team and I couldn't do it without talking about it. And she's like, yeah, okay, I'm down. But before we left, we took kids on this big lacrosse trip to the Twin Cities and to this professional lacrosse game. And you can see if you look closely, they're all holding traditional sticks. When we started playing lacrosse, it was all modern sticks, contemporary sticks. And then it slowly evolved, and eventually it was no modern sticks, only traditional sticks. And they came down, and the PLL, the Professional Lacrosse League players, came out. There's a couple native players like Lyle Thompson, or Kyle? Lyle. They're brothers, I think. Anyways, they came and played with the kids and everything, and this was just such an awesome moment. And it was giving the youth a place of belonging, something to be responsible to. And so here's those 5 R's, and it could be 6 with representation, and it could be more than that as well. I saw like another, I think reconnection was another R possibly. But again, this is like a recipe for you to take. This is an example, something to adapt or use as is. It just depends where you're at. And ultimately what it is it's a structure of accountability. So every decision you make, every lesson plan you make, every policy you create. Now I work for a state agency for education, so I'm really involved in tracking like bills and writing policies and creating frameworks for the whole state for Native education. And everything is like filtered through this rubric, this structure of accountability, and it's about responsibility, which my uncle says, when it comes down to responsibility, it's really just when you have a reason, you put your heart and mind and soul into it. It's like, who are you accountable for? Like we all said somebody's name, we're responsible to them. In the conference materials, it says delegates. Welcome delegates. There's over 1,000 delegates here, not participants, not audience members, not anything passive. You're a delegate. You represent something way bigger than yourself. And you're bringing that here, bringing all of those people and that responsibility here, and then you're taking all of this knowledge and this inspiration and bringing it back because you're responsible to that. We have relationships. My other uncle, there he is. Like I said, his name is Professor Smart. I just call him Uncle though. He says about relationships, it's really about that acknowledgement. Like as a human, we just want to feel that sense of connection. All those pictures with those students, like every single one of them, these are Native students. Most of them, it was either I was teaching on the reservation or in a border town. A town that borders the reservation. High Native student population nonetheless. And like I said, I was a special education teacher at the time, so like my caseload was all all Native students. But that doesn't, like, hold on for a second, right? Like being Native, having a cultural identity does not mean special needs. But we were flagged by the state as over-identifying Native students in special education. And I really, and that's not just a Wisconsin thing, that's also a Washington thing, that's a thing across the United States. And I wonder what it's like here as well. And so I think about, well, what is the issue? Because when we get together in these circles playing lacrosse or singing or drumming or dancing or doing art or traveling, doing things, you know, there were students that some of my colleagues would be like, that student will never work with you, let alone like have the regulation skills to go on an overnight trip. But they did though. Given the opportunity to build a relationship and have a community, to be loved, to love, and care about something other than themselves in school, they were able to feel that sense of connection and thrive. When it comes to respect, I think about bring it down to self. How are you showing up today? Remember, it doesn't stop with self, but I really believe it does start with self, because if I'm showing up and I'm too afraid to even take that step, I'm choosing defeat from the mouth of victory. Like, how is that going to be helpful to any of my students? How is that going to be helpful to my daughter and the next generations? How is that going to be helpful to my colleagues that I'm supposed to be working with, who are working with the students that I'm supposed to be supporting in special education who have disabilities, and the parents rely on me and the community rely? How is that helping? So I really encourage you to go through that process. You probably already are. I don't mean to be talking at you and telling you what to do. I'm just sharing. Think about what you're bringing in your basket and how does that impact yourself and beyond yourself. Reciprocity. It's that idea that we are all connected. We are the community, and the community is us. I think that was like a line from Joy Harjo. She was a U.S. Poet Laureate. But from one of the sources here, it's called the Stewardship Guide, that talks about the R's in four, the 4 R's. They go into depth. I'm going to share that resource here in a moment. Lastly, relevance. I think this is really key. And it's the newest R for me. I'm going to engage with that 6th R now and be thinking about that and exploring that for myself and what it means. But this one's the newest R for me. And one of our teachers, he came to our class and he said, at some point you're going to be asked, again, that question, what do you want? A state legislator, well, I'm from the United States, so like a government politician or a superintendent or somebody with power and influence is going to say to you, what do you want? And he's like, you better be ready to say like what it is you want and make sure that it's relevant, it's meaningful and useful according to what's needed to the natural world, the people, and the times that you're in. Because what was needed 3 years ago is a lot different than what's needed today. I want to just lastly share the resource here. I really encourage you to check this out. This is free as a downloadable PDF. You can Google it, and it's going to go into depth on those 4 R's, but remember, like, relevance is the 5th, and then we have more even, so stay curious. And the last thing I want to do here, remember that person's name you said, right? And remember, that was like a lesson I shared with you from the game of lacrosse. Well, when we start to play that game, what we end up doing is we circle up and we put our sticks in the air and someone serves the ball, they toss it up in the middle, and everyone in that circle lets out like a audible release of emotion. You might call it a war cry, because it signals to the ancestors that we're ready to play. And they come and they watch us, and they might even be playing with us. So we don't have the time to circle up, but I think we do have the time to stand up, and I think we do have the time on the count of 3 to let out from the depths of your belly, like the biggest, baddest war cry, or Lily, rock the house, like shake the roof. We're doing this. This is how we're gonna end, and we're gonna go out into our breakout sessions, and you're gonna come back tonight for the biggest, baddest grass dance showdown. Okay, so stand up. And we're gonna let out the biggest, baddest, Lily war cry. We're gonna, man, do our ancestors. We're calling them in. We're calling them in. This is it. This is it. This is what we are here for, right? Okay, all right. Okay, just do a little clearing of the throat first. Okay, on the count of 3, are you ready? This side of the room, are you ready? In the middle, are we ready? Over there, are we ready? We're counting on Ojibwe. Baje, Nij. I want to hear it. I really want it. Don't be shy now. I know you can do it. Okay, Baje, Nij, Niswe.
All right, we're going to make a presentation here to our presenter for sharing all of her knowledge from her lived experience. And again, remember, all of this stuff that we're sharing here today is something that they've brought forward. And so we're very thankful for her, and we presented her with the beautiful star quilt. Again, let me hear your lilies and war cries. Yeah! Thank you very much. Appreciate you. All right, well, for Indigenous people, our inherited knowledge can help in the reversal and removal and abandoning of our culture, language, and practices, as this is our part of our identity. So this is not only a process of going back, but not just to discover their teachings, but also to help in returning to the good road and continue as lifelong learners. And so, as a reminder, as we continue to journey through all of this together, these positive interactions with one another and this creation of relationship, those are all important too. And so I'm going to turn it over to Kunis. She's going to direct us in what's going to happen next.
Yeah, so quickly I'd just like to say that it's really vital when we're seeing this like resurgence of women in these roles, because we wouldn't be here without women, and that's just the truth of it. So it's important that we always acknowledge and uplift our women. So just a few things. How are you guys doing? How are you feeling? Are you ready for the rest of the day? Good, okay. I guess a few housekeeping items we have, right? I don't have a list. Do you have a list? No? Okay, so once again, on the Event Mobi app, they're updating things a little better, so there's some more descriptors, so it should be easier to find if you've downloaded it. It'll tell you like near the vendors or which level the rooms are at, so please check that for any changes. We'll get started at about 2:15 for breakout sessions. Upstairs where the old merch table was located, we do have Graham who is giving tamoko to Curtis, so if you want to check out and see somebody getting some traditional tattooing and how this process happens, please go and stop by and check that out and support Curtis as he's getting this. What else do you have?
That's it, eh?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's it.
All right, with that, we're going to go head on out into our breakout sessions. And so, again, just be mindful, respectful, and we're here to hear some of these beautiful stories and knowledge being shared. All right? Have a good afternoon. We'll see you back here in a little bit. This one we'll have to take back, eh? We'll have to take that back, and then...
our next presenter. Her name is Liz Barrett, and she comes all the way from Whitford, Canada.
Look at this baby. Watch this.
We love her.
Look at
And
Ready?
when she's actually settled down, that's where she calls home. But she
Watch Daddy.
all over the country, up north, Nunavut. She's actually blessed us with her presence and came to our school and spent 2 days with us after we did some research on finding a new math resource. And at the time, I'm teaching grade 5 now, but at the time I was the math intervention teacher. And I was given the task of finding a new math resource, because we had a mishmash of different resources at our school. And after a lot of digging and phone calls to other school divisions, the word on the street was jump math. So our school made the jump to jump math. And I have to say, it's been fabulous. We love it. The kids love it. And I do have to say a big thank you right now off the hop to Liz for coming to our school. She spent 2 days with us. She did individual meetings with all the teachers. And she just put us at ease for discovering and learning how to work with our new resource. So thank you very much, Liz, for that, coming to our school and just always being there at the end of a phone or an email. So at this time, I'd like to let's give her a warm welcome. And she is going to be, as I don't stop talking. She is going to be doing her presentation on teaching jump math in an immersion classroom. So take it away, Liz.
Thank you very much for joining me today. I was expecting to be able to work on my computer here, but we're working off remotely. We have very little time. I have a booth at the back, and you're more than welcome, if you've got questions, to come by and I can support you. You can hear by the accent South African, and I've been in this country for 23 years, and mainly I worked out in a First Nations community, fantastic community called Haklolo Community School in Mount Currie, and that is where the elders were the first people that came and asked me, please, can we translate it into Okhomich? And we got permission, and they were the very first people to do this. Today, we have communities around Canada doing this. We have in fact, at Think Indigenous, Chris Scribe, I was standing next to him the last time when COVID hit and we all got sent home. And literally in that week, I eventually got official permission from the Jump Math team that all Indigenous communities in Canada and in the US, if they're Indigenous communities and want to translate it, can apply for a license. And we then provide them with the materials for translation. I've just flown back from Nunavut, where the government there is doing a phenomenal job on Indigenous education with the Inuit, and Katavik have already translated it. So if you want to see what it looks like in syllabics, it's there. Some of you might be familiar with people like Julius Park, who worked up in Orange. Julius took his own incredible teacher. He took the jump math PowerPoints. And a very simple way to do it is you literally take the PowerPoint and you get an elder. Now, Julius wasn't, I'll call him, he is an elder. Julius recorded his voice reading the English math, and he put a sound bite onto the PowerPoint. So anyone that was not Dene could just click on it, and that actually was the cheapest way to do it. Now, my background in South Africa, I have to tell you one thing. When I was a child, I grew up during the apartheid era, and as an adult. And for me, one of the most upsetting things was what the apartheid government did to our Indigenous people in South Africa. The natives had a very special native policy for education. As teachers, we were not allowed to teach them mathematics or science or any of the STEM subjects. And the reason was that the government did not want these people to go to university. They wanted them as indentured labor. And my entire life, I grew up as a child on a farm. And for me, when I became a teacher, this was something that upset me deeply, was that through education, you could limit people. You could make decisions about who could go to university and who had to live in poverty when people do not have an education. And then I've worked in education for almost 40 years. And let me tell you, I am worried about Canada. I'm worried about the United States. I'm worried about the Western world. Because what is happening to our children is that they are not being taught mathematics. And we have all these ideas, and people get the same with reading. We get this idea where people say, you know what, don't worry, you can just put them in a group and they're going to learn how to multiply or divide. Trust me, they're not. They need teachers, and we need to support teachers and good material, because especially in our Indigenous communities, every one of those children, if we knock them out with math by grade 6, and they can't go on to either a university or a college or get further education, those are going to be the leaders of your future. They are going to be the people making decisions. And education needs to be in line so that these future leaders can do it. And mathematics is really important. Little children don't understand math when they start. And as teachers, many of our elementary school teachers are terrified of teaching mathematics because they didn't have a good time at school. Think of your own life. I want to tell you that if you are an elementary school teacher and you had problems doing math yourself, do not think that this is going to impact you as a teacher, because Jump Math has created, it's a Canadian charity, we have created materials that you can access free online, and you can become a much better teacher. Many people that I work with, and I've been across Canada, and I've come across teachers who are really nervous, and then they start really preparing their lessons and working together, and that's what makes the difference. So very briefly, I'm going to run through some of this material. I think immersion education is one of the absolute joys of my life, and I'm sincerely hoping that many of you will also look at translations. That is John Myton. He is the founder of Jump Math, and he has 3 books. I've been giving them away as prizes. The Myth of Ability was the first one, The End of Ignorance, and All Things Being Equal. And he has spent his life, and he's got a team of math activists and writers in Toronto. We're Canadian. And their mission is to create the best math materials for you to use in your class, because we really believe that every child can do math. Dr. Tracy, Solomon, and John have just finished, and it's been tested for a year, the 3-year-old play-based Jump Math. Anyone wants to see it, I've got a copy here, and you can have a look. That tells you a little bit about the charity. Jump stands for Junior Undiscovered Math Proteges. But the big thing for us is that we have got to support educators. You've got to turn your teachers into great math instructors. And teaching math is actually, like the joy of math is that you can make this simple, you can make it easy, you can build that child's confidence so that they come running to school to do the math with you, not running away from school because of math. Equity among students. Children should all have the right to make decisions as to what they want to do. This whole program has come about purely because math skills, Dr. Tracy Solomon's work has shown that math skills are the strongest predictor of future academic and life success. And because of that, they've created this play-based Jump Math for 3-year-olds, and I think this is going to make a big difference for us. This is a little video. I'm going to ask you to go and have a look at it. It's about this. It's on our Jump Math website, but just because of time, I'm not going to play it now. You can just see. Sound's not there. What does research say about effective math learning? Attitude and mindset are probably the most important things. And if your child is not confident, if they don't trust you as a teacher, that's going to be a challenge. So on our website, we have got the most amazing confidence builders that you can take even an adult and put them through these confidence builders, and they come out and they're going, oh, wow, I can do the math. So please explore those. The teaching of math is important. Do not assume that children will just understand it. This is like a new language. It's the most exciting language, but you as a teacher need to explore it and to teach it. And the gateway skills, oral counting fluency for the little ones, number identification fluency, number writing accuracy, and number writing fluency. Now, one of the things that JUMP does really well is to not overwhelm students, and we call it scaffolding instruction. So when you look through the lesson plans, which are so carefully designed to build up the confidence of the children and the teacher, you're going to notice the scaffolding of instruction, and I'm happy to show this. The other thing is the excitement in the class. When the children, and we work in classrooms, all right, we want to keep the kids together. We want that excitement to happen. Those are the resources that are available. I've got them downstairs, and you're welcome. But the most important thing you're going to take away from today is the website. You can go onto our website. You just register as an educator, and you can then access the most amazing resources that we have put up on the website free. I have a lot of, I've been so lucky to be invited into the schools in Saskatchewan, and I'm really delighted because honestly, over the last couple of years, working in La Ranch, Papikis, Pasakastu, Trina's community as well, these schools are just, the children are working, the teachers are invested, and I look at how the high schools are really getting these young children, and they're all excited about math. This isn't about JUMP. JUMP it's teaching material, but it takes a teacher with excitement and joy of coming in and using those. That's what makes it happen. Children don't learn in isolation. They learn from that human being. And here you're going to go onto our website. You're going to see the teacher resource. There's professional learning you can dive into, all kinds of webinars, even if you can't attend. You can literally connect with one of the professional learning experts, and they will send you the recording afterwards. We have a brand new JUMP Math lab that we're testing because in some communities, we have challenges with teachers, finding teachers, and so we have a lot of support staff. I know in Treaty 8, Judy is trying there very hard to have a workshop where we are just working with EAs in the communities, because I have seen the grandmothers, the aunties in the schools, in these remote schools, take the JUMP Math materials and teach like champions. So we are hoping to put together, we were supposed to do it in February and there wasn't enough uptake, but maybe during the summer or early in September, Judy Kim Maneen will get hold of us and we'll do this again. When you go onto the website, you just register, and everything sits under Resource Center, and there you can filter. So you got a lesson, you got to go and teach something on Monday, go onto the JUMP Math website, register yourself. I'm a grade 3 teacher. What am I going to do? I'm teaching mental math. So there's some really good materials right there. And if you are teaching a JUMP Math lesson, it's an exciting lesson. You are teaching for 3 minutes, and then guess what you're doing? You are checking on the children. They're practicing what you just taught them. And then you're assessing. Oh, they got it. I can move on. Or, oh, dear Liz Barrett, you better reteach that because none of them understood it. Reword it, go on again. So that whole cycle you're going to see makes such a change. That's what a lesson plan, it's really carefully designed to assist you. Vocabulary is fantastic because you can take it and make a vocab wall. When I go into my immersion school, OG Cree English, Cree English, Dene English, Inuit, Inuktitut English. And that's where you can see some of the kindergarten materials I just pulled up. I'm going to do this quickly. Blackline Masters. When JUMP Math was designed, we created it for teachers all over Canada. No dollar store, no Staples. You want to play a game? It's all sitting there in your teacher resource. And these are all the extra resources. Remember I spoke about the confidence builders? And those are the digital slides you can do. As I said, you can translate it. If anyone is interested, come and talk to me. And this is my community, the Lilwat Nation. And I honor the elders and the community who have invited me in and allowed me to work with them. This is the oldest First Nation school in BC. Some of you might know Dr. Lorna Williams. This is her family. And these were the communities that got together. The elders got together and they started the very first translations. And it was really important because language 22 years ago, people were not speaking the language. We were just about losing it. Young folk weren't speaking it. And so this became a really important mission. And that is my friend Janice Dan, who was a residential school survivor. And as she said, I lost my language completely. So for the young generation to have now regained it has come because of people in that community who've worked so hard together. These are teachers, that's one of the elders. She started doing translations in the days of Paint. Do you remember the Microsoft Paint? That's how they did it, truly. Today, people have got InDesign and computers. This was very much hands-on. And you'll notice that's Bert Williams, that's Lorna's brother. And Bert Williams did it by hand to start with. Here you can see him doing his translations, so this is possible. Today we have this immersion school going on. It's multi-grades, and they're all there. That's one of the digital slides. That's an easy way to do a translation. I've seen that the AP pages, those books, the student books, when I bring that up for kindergarten, the elders come in and they just immediately start talking in Cree or Dene or whatever the language is and working with the children. I'm telling you that immersion education is powerful for the brain. I see 3-year-olds coming into these schools, into these classrooms, and they're all over the place. And 2 weeks later, they walk differently, they talk differently, they are, bring it on, I can do anything. They introduce themselves in their native language. It is as if you've rewired their brains. And I believe that it's because it's very difficult. This learning and the language, if they're not fluent, is very, very difficult. But they put into an environment where they're nurtured, the expectations are high, and the routines are set. And each child is really brought forward, and honestly, 2 weeks is all it takes. Those little guys do so much math, jump math, and it is because the elders love doing math with these children, and they do it in multi-grade groups. That is a child who's been getting one-on-one tutoring. It's a big multi-grade group, but he was much stronger than the others, and so the teacher there is helping him. I'm not going to play the videos because we don't have sound here, but this is the Raven's Nest. That's Bert Williams just playing with them, doing...
And cat home. Oh, Pala. Okay.
Pala. They're looking at doubles. But the laughter is all over. Have good resources. Use what Jump Math has created. Honestly, it's incredible what our writers have put together for you guys. Dixie Joe passed away a few years ago. We've lost some of our language speakers in our community, much sadness, and that's why for me it's so important. If you have fluent speakers, get them in, do immersion, teach the language, says me, the South African. This is the little 3-year-olds, and they all learn to write beautifully. The ability to write is really important. Children need to be able to fluently write their numbers, and you can see this one is say and point to the number where the little ones are learning to adjust to, these are black line masters that you're going to get. That is Terry, who also passed away this year, and she was their teacher and teaching the little ones the counting skills. And this is a multi-grade group, again, we're supporting. And in this situation, we have Dixie, who's now passed on, but his sister there, and she wasn't fluent at that stage. And so Dixie mentored her. And today, she is mentoring the next generation. And so this, for me, like in the math situation, has made all the difference. You will see, too, that we have lots of these games and activities you can take and make use of it. And the ability to also introduce the Indigenous, the beading, which is Indigenous across the world, and children love to bead. And this is Rosa Andrew, who's the principal of the school and a firm believer in reclaiming tradition and language. working with the children there. All right. This is the latest. I've just come back from Nunavut. Both Katavik and Nunavut have translated it. And there you can see it's done in syllabics. So I don't have too much time. But one of the things that you're going to find on our website is financial literacy. And I know that Saskatchewan has just introduced it. And guess what? Ontario was there. We designed the financial literacy piece for Ontario. And it's all on the website. You can dive in and you can download every piece of it. Some of your schools are already doing coding. Go and have a look. They've got some great coding activities as well. And this is a game I play with my little ones with number sense. And very briefly, they work out with numbers 0, 1 to 9, 10 to 90, and 100, etc. And then I get the little ones to show me the number, like make 12 with a 10 and a 2, and I give them money. So that's another no. But when you relate money to number sense, it suddenly makes sense to them. So play around with the children. There are lots of really good resources. Some of you might know Dr. Anna Stocky from Winnipeg, the university. She has some fantastic materials called Chalk and Talk. They're podcasts. John Myton is the first one. Dr. Daniel Ansari is another one. And this one, Brian Ponzi, 4-minute fact fluency. That's free. You can download it off his website. That's the website. So pay attention to these. And if anyone is available in Toronto, there's going to be a really great conference called Research Ed. My time is up. I have 1 minute for any questions. And come by and come to my booth. And if you've got questions, I'm so happy to support you and to help you. And go forth and multiply with joy and teach those children and have fun with math. Thank you very much.
Okay, so I just want to take this time to say a big thank you to Liz for your zest and excitement for math. It's contagious. And actually, I really want to personally thank you for empowering teachers to be confident math teachers. So thank you, Liz. And on behalf of the Think Indigenous Committee 2025, we have a small gift for you. It is red willow, mint, and kinnikinnick, and it is harvested by Chris Scribe's auntie.
Thank you.
So thank you.
Much appreciated. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you. Good to see you again.
Likewise.
and sessions, they've all started. So if you haven't had a chance to head on into any of the workshops, they should all be going now. So we had a start 2:15 start time. I believe the one in BC room, British Columbia room, they're just getting started in there too. So that's the one walking together, relational pedagogy and two-eyed seeing in education. And so that is a BC room. They're just getting started there. So check out all the sessions and enjoy your afternoon.
Deadly, so awesome. Hey, Think Indigenous delegates and awesome people. We're gonna close down the area because we're gonna set up for the Northern Plains Grass Dance Championships that are gonna happen here. Just so you know, if you have a conference tag that you registered for the conference, you bring that with you when you come tonight if you're gonna come watch the championships, and you'll get a ticket included with your registration. And if you don't have somebody and somebody's just coming in, they have to line up and pay. All right? Yeah, so my friend over there, Ivan Lonechild, he just snuck in a conference. Yeah, no, just kidding. But yeah, you can get in there and you can come in with your tag. Don't say, look, I'm registered, but I forgot my tag at the room. You know, I've used that trick many times, so we don't want to do that. And also the money generated from the sales here is going to go help Indigenous children with really deadly snotty noses. Hey, no, just kidding. But it's going to go, hey, like, but it does all go back to supporting Indigenous kids. So don't cry around about paying $15. Okay, but you guys have to get out, okay? At 3:30, they're going to start tearing down the tables and setting up for the Grass Dance Championships, okay? Door prizes will be tomorrow. Keep your tickets. We're going to do the 6 door prizes tomorrow. Awesome prizes over there, so, you know, It's time to go. Hey.
here today.
Back to Think Indigenous International Education Conference here in 2025. Big round of applause. We're back.
Here today, revitalizing Think Indigenous. Dr. Chris Scribe, my brother, my friend, a guy I went through ITEP University of Saskatchewan with. This is his creation.
And I want to say thank you for coming here, taking the time to be part of this conference. It doesn't exist without you. It happens and it occurs because of you.
Ability as educators, what do you want and what does it mean to succeed? I could just be like, yeah, it's all right, team. Like, let's pick ourselves up. Let's dust ourselves out. We'll get them next time, or we'll focus on this one thing. But what happens when you win, though?
Even if they choose not to talk about it, at least they know you're there for them. As a student, it feels good to know that we are not alone.
We showed you how we dance jingle. That is what jingle is, and we're not seeing that out there. We want you to honor. And then they dance for us again to show us. And so